Hello, my name is Captain Lanny Power with the Eureka Fire Protection District. Just a little bit about me. I've been here for about 23 years. Been a captain for about the last 5 to 7 years, lieutenant for 2 of those years. I've been really kind of passionate about this subject ever since the first time that we actually ever looked at getting CAFS on our trucks and what it could do. That stemmed from just having a very large house fire where we didn't have enough water resources. So that's kind of part of my passion, but we're going to get into a little bit of administrative stuff here right away. That way we can get that knocked out and get into our subject. First of all, I got to point out the exits. There's one there. There's that one that empties into a hall that widens out to an exit out the front of the building. We also have several bathrooms in the building. Go out through those double doors as well. Make a right or go straight. It'll eventually lead you around to a men's or a women's bathroom. We'll have breaks roughly about every 45, 50 minutes, and it'll be about 15 minutes. If you need to get up, go to the bathroom, go ahead. You don't have to have permission. If you need to take a phone call, just try to be respectful and go outside and talk outside. That way we don't disturb the rest of you that want to learn about this, and then come back as soon as you can. We'll probably have a test at the very end. Don't worry about it. This is a pretty easy class. Don't have a whole lot that is going to be new. It's just I'm looking at how to increase our knowledge base and how you can use this information in your own application. So this is kind of geared a little bit towards officers. It's definitely geared towards engineers, but it's also geared to you as well, because understanding the science can greatly help you guys be better firefighters. Understanding how to use water, foam, or CAFS in the right conditions can actually save a lot of money to the taxpayers, to the district, and also just make us look good. And that's really what we want to do, right? So as I go through here, let me make sure I'm covering all the things that we need to talk about. This is a class on basically using an agent to extinguish a fire. We're going to look at how we are going to use an agent for a heavy fire. We're going to look at how to use a foam product and how that interacts with the materials that are burning. And that's the science part. Sometimes it gets a little boring, but if we really look at it, man, it just makes us a little bit better of a firefighter to understand the science behind it. It's not going to get too technical. It's going to be pretty light, but understanding some of these things kind of gets us the idea why these agents work and why they don't. We're going to get into CAFS. And we're going to really be looking at CAFS is appropriate at certain times. It's not appropriate at all times. Because what do we know about what puts out fire? Our best agent. What's the best, cheapest resource that we have that will put out a fire? Water. Very good. So we need definitely water to extinguish a fire. So we're looking at these other agents to see how we can have that be enhanced. We're going to look at these cooling agents and how they will affect not only a vehicle, but a house, a building that's larger, maybe woodland fires as well. So there's application in everything. Next, we're going to be looking at the very end, we're going to have a demonstration where we're going to have 3 pallets, very large pallets. We're going to let them burn for several minutes till we get a core temperature, heat temperature, and then we're going to extinguish it with one with water. We're going to extinguish one with foam, and then we're going to extinguish the last one with CAFS. And we're going to time it. We're going to hopefully demonstrate at high temperatures what works best, at lower temperatures what it will work, and also for salvage and overhaul and hitting our hot spots, what really puts out that fire. And hopefully we'll take a look and see how much water has been used at the end of that So let's get into our presentation here. I'm trying to see how much time we've actually talked. So I'm gonna set an alarm, set a stopwatch here so we can keep track of it a little bit better. Can somebody do that? Can you do that for me, Brian? That way I make sure you guys get out, enough time for your breaks. All right, very good. So what do we know about, the use of these products in, our history and stuff? That's what we're gonna take a look at real quickly. We all kind of understand you put the blue stuff on the red stuff. Thank you. I was hoping that you guys would know it. Why does it work? Why does it work?
Takes away the heat.
Takes away the heat. Very good. We're gonna look at the history of extinguishment because that does give us a little idea, the science a long time ago, how they used it, the apparatuses and the such. But now we're gonna end up talking about modern firefighting techniques and how we can use what we're learning in this class in our job today. So what do we know about fire? It's combustion. It's burning, usually self-sustaining as long as you have the right ingredients to keep it going. It needs oxygen, air, and it typically gives out a light, right? And if we notice and we see a fire, what is that telling us? The color means one thing, right? The amount of smoke means something as well. So if we see a brown looking smoke coming from a house, what's that telling us? It's coming right up the window. Hmm?
Structural.
Yeah, it's structural. It's usually wood. It's non-plastics, non-hydrocarbons. So if we see big, thick, black dense smoke, what's that telling us?
Chemicals, so it's hot.
Hydrocarbons. So we see that if we see a really bright color and there's blue and maybe green popping through that, what's that telling us?
Some gas, natural gases or chemicals.
Could be
Or
a chemical reaction. That's also a good indication that it's probably electric. If it's especially, it's bright. Now, if it's green and blue, usually if it's green, maybe a little bit of purple, it's probably copper burning. So just there's a lot of information to be known about by looking at the product of what's burning. So definitely how we mitigate that and how we extinguish that can change. So simple questions. What is burning? We talked about if it's brown smoke, it's going to be a lower temperature. It's going to be wood products. It's going to be natural organic stuff. Now, here's a good question. If you have a piece of wood, you have a campfire, you're saying, what's really burning? Is the wood really burning?
Guess it's the off-gassing from the wood, the pyrolysis causing the smoke or the off, like, the off-gas.
Mm-hmm. Very good. Anybody else on that? He's right along the cat. So what's happening is the wood is actually not burning. The wood is being changed chemically to output a gas, and it's the gas that is burning. So when we look at a piece of wood, as it shrinks and turns and blacks, it's not because it's burning, it's because it's being heated up. Now, that sounds kind of counterintuitive, but what's really burning is the gas that's coming off of it. And we know that because if you ever have looked at a fire and seen the smoke come off of it, and you'll see that strangle fire that runs right through it, that's that unburnt gas being hot enough to catch flame. So black gas, black smoke, brown smoke, that's just unburnt fuel. So how does fire start? How do we stop fires? So here's what we were talking about. As the heat increases here, we see that it's actually physically changing the product here, and it's breaking it up, and it's releasing hydrogen. It's releasing CO. It's releasing CO2. It's creating a fuel in which the fire will continue to grow and spread. And what happens as fire starts burning? It heats up. Temperature increases. What does that do to the product? It makes it break down quicker and quicker. And this is one of the reasons why if you ever bought like a hay bale fire or maybe woodland fire mulch, what's happening? Why is the fire in the center of the mulch? In the big old pile? Why is it in the deep center of a mulch pile? Or a hay pile?
Is able to contain those gases.
No, not really. I mean, that's partly, but that's not, what's happening is when wood gets wet and it sits there for a long time, it starts to break down. It breaks down, and when wood or natural substances start to break down, they start to heat up. Where does all that heat get trapped? In the center, deep down. That's why if you ever pull apart a mulch fire, you tear it apart and spread it out, you're gonna see the deepest, thickest part of it. It could be raging hot fire, 500 degrees, 800 degrees going, but the mulch on the outside is just, you can touch it with your bearing. The deeper you get in, that's because as organics break down, it produces heat. And as that heat continues to grow and grow and grow, it's being concentrated into that center part of that mulch pile. It starts releasing heat, and then it slowly starts to release these gases. So understanding that, you get pyrolysis, you get that unburned products, and it's kind of like a perpetual motion. It's just going to go and go and go until all those products burn. That's why most fires, it kind of just, they're the worst, right? It's a lot of work to get those out. You got to tear it out. It's cool if you have like a big old tractor and they can just go spread that out. But what happens when you start tearing it out? It cools down, right? It cools down, temperatures go down, and it stops burning. So usually you don't have to put a whole lot of water. In the past, before some understood this, usually more rural departments understand this and the urban ones don't. But if you, they used to put like 10, 30, 40,000 gallons of water into a mulch pile. Well, they could have saved all that water and just tore it apart. So understanding the chemical composition of what's burning also helps you, but also understanding the science of why it's happening can help us determine what the best mitigation would be. So here's another kind of talking very much similar to the mulch fire and stuff like that. As I don't think this is actually showing everything here. I'm sorry. Let's see if it's on here. That's basically kind of going along with what I just talked to you about, but you do have different layers of construction or building materials or burning materials here. So one thing that happens is if you have a higher water concentration to the material, what does that do? Typically to burning material. If it's humid outside and the ground's wet, what does it happen?
Won't burn as well.
Might burn as well. You ever been on a outside mulch fire or a grass fire and somebody lights it off and it seems like it's taking forever to move? But when the humidity's lower and it's drier outside, maybe the products had time to be out in the sun, you light that thing off and a nice wind blows. Sometimes you can't catch up with it. True story, I had zoysia grass. It was really, really late winter. And it was a nice day outside. I was burning some brush. And zoysia grass gets very dry in the winter. I was burning it for 8 hours. Started to get dark, wind came through. It took off my whole entire grass. It was very humiliating because you could see it from the road. And I was afraid any firefighter drove by, they'd be like, I know him. And even worse is when I would go to look at it on Google Maps, you can see a huge old bird mark for about 2 years in my yard. So that kind of sucked. But depending on how much vapor is in the air or how much moisture is in the product, that will regulate how much paralysis will affect it. But there's other things that can affect it as well. We talked about the humidity, the moisture contacts, but it's also the actual temperature at which that product might want to burn. We know that certain gases, they want to burn hotter, faster. Others want to have a lower temperature threshold and they don't burn as hot. Sometimes they'll burn, but the temperature really increases at a certain percentage. We also know what else can affect the range, the flammable range of an object.
Environment around it.
Environment around it. But what do you need? You need three things to keep the fire in. Oxygen. So the oxygen content isn't necessarily the same burn range for each and every material. All right, so here we got our, what's this called?
Fire triangle, fire tetrahedron.
Tetrahedron, okay. And why do we like to call it tetrahedron? A little bit more than triangle. Triangle's right. Because what are we looking at? How many things are we looking at?
I guess there's four.
There's four. Yeah, so if we say triangle, we're typically talking about just the three, which is fuel, heat, and oxygen. But what's the middle? All three of those together produces what? Combustion. Fire. You're right. It's all right. And that product can change. Certain things you might need less oxygen on. It'll still burn. Get too much oxygen, it won't burn. Certain things, depending on the fuel, you can have less of it. And it'll burn or it won't. For instance, you might have a container full of gasoline. And you do have oxygen in that can of gasoline, right? You drop a match in it. There's a good chance, now I'm not telling you to go do this, but there's a chance that it's not going to burn because it doesn't have the right mixture of oxygen and fuel. The oxygen content could be so low and the fuel content could be so high that it's not allowing it to heat up and burn, even though you have a match. Another thing that was just recently discovered too, and it led to a lot of overturning of convictions in the federal and state prisons, is there was a concept that if at a gas station, gas was spraying all around and you took a cigarette and you threw the cigarette into the fuel.
2417. EMS call.
Be careful.
400. Somerville.
Great class, thank you.
Thank you.
2417. Respond on South Main.
That by throwing that cigarette into that file that it would burn, right? Actually, that's not true. The DEA, United Laboratories, a lot of federal agencies, ATF, they have looked into recreating this, and they could never once in 30 years recreate throwing a cigarette even into a puddle of gasoline or a bucket of gasoline. And the reason why is it did not meet the temperature requirement. A cigarette that is slow, that is burning all by itself, does not produce enough heat to ignite the fuel and the oxygen. So they actually had, I can't remember, I think the federal government had 128 people that they had to release from prison that were convicted on false science. You know, whether they did it or not, other means that's not, but they were convicted because they were said to have thrown an actual cigarette into a pool of gasoline, and that's how they got convicted. So we have to have all three of these. Now, I understand a lot of this is basic, But off of this basic understandings that we're going through right now, we're going to kind of build on it and keep on going. So we get into the actual science and understanding mitigation of this fire. So here's another idea of our fire tetrahedron. The chemical reaction is what can make or break the size of the fire, the tenacity of the fire. If the chemical reaction lasts for minutes, because it's usually missing one of those three in enough quantity or supply. So how do we stop fire? Now you can read this.
Take away one of the three.
Okay, so we remove the fuel. So what's a good example of removing the fuel from a fire? The easiest, probably goes out like that.
I guess like a kitchen fire, just covering it.
Yep.
Smothering it.
Yep, you're depriving the oxygen, but what about depriving the fuel?
Turning off like the gas on the oven.
Yeah,
So-
natural gas. If you remove the natural gas, that goes out pretty quick. Now yours, you were talking about removing the oxygen, right? So you put the lid on top of a grease fire. It just smothers itself out because it consumes the oxygen really quickly. And we've broken that chain of reaction. Or we can inhibit a chemical reaction. What's another example of that? Pretty much similar to the type of fire he's talking about, a grease fire.
Your extinguishers.
Okay, what's something else? Let's say you don't have an extinguisher. What else have many people over the years used?
Flour.
Flour, baking soda. Why? Why do those work?
Because they smother it, they inhibit the chemical chain reaction.
Yeah, they're breaking up the chemical chain reaction. Flour, though, what is flour though? It's a cellulose, right? What happens to cellulose? It burns. So what happens if you just throw a bunch of powdered dust at it? Have you ever seen flour burn? It can actually burn. If you get flour and you have the remnants of that flour, the dust, I'm not talking about a clump of it. You throw it out there, you'll actually see it flicker and burn. It doesn't last very long, but it does lower the chemical react or the temperature of that actual burning material, and it can smother. So what about our last point? How do we lower the BTU or temperature of a fire?
Cool it. Water.
Cool it, water. Very good. So we use water because it's a great cooling agent. We're not smothering it. We're cooling it. All right, so we're gonna look at removing the fuel. Right here, what are we doing here in this picture? Hard work. It's a
You
lot of
create
hard
a
work.
fire line,
Yeah,
so you're inhibiting the movement from one place to another, I guess.
yeah, so we know that. Now, more than likely, I can't really tell from the picture, but more than likely, I would assume the fire's coming this way. So let's say there's a whole bunch of leaves. This time of year, we got a lot of leaves in the ground, right? So all those burn, what happens when it hits the fire line?
It ignites. Or no, sorry, when it's a fire line, it stops.
It
doesn't
stops
know where to go.
because there's no more fuel. We know in this situation, we have to let it burn a little bit. But we're going to let it burn out, but we're gonna keep it from being spread. Here is yours right here. Depriving the oxygen, we're letting it starve. All right, so don't worry about all the chemical formulas here. But basically what we're seeing is we have fuel. Right here, we have oxygen. Now, when they come together and there's enough heat, you start having a transition phase where you're chemically changing those two components. You're allowing there to be heat to bring up the temperature, which finally leads to combustion. And that's really all we want to show with understanding that is there is a process. And if we disturb any part of that process, we can prevent it from going any further. And here's lowering our BTUs. Sitting in a lawn chair. Is that house gonna go anywhere? Now let's take a look at that. Just think about that logically. If he doesn't have that hose line, what's gonna put that fire out?
I mean, eventually, yeah, like.
Lack of fuel. And what also happens, temperature lowers. Because you have run out of your peak of amount of fuel, heat, paralysis that's feeding into that house. And if you've ever been to a house fire, even those that have burnt down, you typically can still see some structural members, even wood. It's usually charred. You see components of it. Why does that not? Because eventually the temperature lowers so much that pyrolysis cannot continue to affect it. But in this case, we're using water and he's having a good time of just relaxing because you don't really have to worry about it. It's already destroyed. All right, so looking at our history. Where did the fire service come from? Where does our modern fire service come from? Where have been some of the greatest technological advancements in our firefighting service come from? It's come from our past. It's come from tried and true methods. It's come from armies. Because what do armies love to do? They love to destroy stuff. Well, after they conquered something, what do they have to do? They now have to fix what they destroyed. So understanding our history means a lot. Back in Egypt, there was a lot of firefighting because it was a lot of dry seasons. They lived usually near the Delta. But things would burn. They didn't have a fire department. So what did they have to rely on? They had to rely on slaves. They had to rely on soldiers. And they had to rely on just the common person that was around to mitigate the fire. Now, that carried on very much so, but there's a huge difference between Egypt and Rome. During Egypt's time, there wasn't really, as far as we know, a very organized way to put out fires. But in Rome was a time of more enlightenment, especially for the common man. So they started trying to organize things. Now, some of the smartest people, what they would do is they would create fire brigades. And why do you think they created fire brigades? Do you think it was because they were worried about saving lives, saving property, helping their fellow man? It really wasn't. They took advantage of a situation. Here it talks about Marcus Licinius Crassus. He created one of the first fire brigades in Rome that's recorded. And he took advantage of the fact that Rome had no other firefighters. You ever heard the saying that the time to buy is when there's blood on the streets? You ever heard that phrase? It comes from the fact that during a war or during a circumstance, people are willing to pay a lot or give up a lot to preserve a very little. So what would happen is sometimes during mobs, somebody's house would catch on fire. In Crassus, what he would do is he would go out and he would see a house burning and he'd go up to the homeowner and he'd be like, hey, I see your house is burning. You interested in selling your house? No, I don't want to sell my house. I want to get everything. Oh, that's a shame. I'll buy your house from you. You know, he might offer 10%, 20% of the house's value. Now the house is still pretty much intact. There might only be one floor involved. What do you think that's going to do? You're offered within the next hour or so, you're going to lose everything you have, or you get 10 or 20% of your house's value. Which one are you going to pick? You probably take 10 or 20% of the house's value and its contents, right? So he turned over and give him 100 denarii or 100 Roman coins. And then he turned around and grabbed his slaves and his paid men and then go put that fire out. That guy just made a huge profit off of somebody else's district. So that kind of comes with that idea also.
Also respond, in case, patient not alert. St. Louis or Friends of Play, 400, Somerville Boulevard, Pearl Street at Swarm Breeze Circle, 2490. Also respond on South Main.
So going along with this information, though, the other phrase of that is the time to buy is when there's blood on the street. Because there's chaos, there's people that are needing to move stuff during war, people are being killed. That was another thing is during mobs, might come up with a bunch of your slaves, be like, I'll protect your house, you pay me this. Now, this eventually, oddly, is going to lead to insurance companies. You'll kind of see this, it's a little odd. But Crassus here, he created his own brigade of about 500 firefighters, and they would rush to put out that fire. But usually, because nobody ever does it for free, to be paid or to have an increased product value of their own property. So usually during that time, there was some type of bargaining between the owner and Crassus. If Crassus was not happy with the price, he just let his guy stand around and everybody would watch that house burn down. But when he did get compensated or he did buy the house, what did they have to use?
Dirt,
They had-
yep.
Yep, dirt, sand, water. So what do you think is lighter? Dirt, water, or sand? And you gotta remember, you gotta carry that up in buckets and throw it on a fire.
Easier with the water.
Easier with water because how quickly can you fill a bucket of water?
Scoop it all up.
Scoop it all up. But you didn't necessarily maybe have access to a well or water source. You'd have to use dirt. Does dirt work great putting out a fire? Yeah, you just have to have plenty of it. And sand too. All right, so now we're going to skip forward here to the time of Nero, the emperor, 60 AD. He formed a group of firefighters and he called them vigils. And they were to combat fire using buckets and pumps. Now, one thing that's incredible about the Romans, very scientifically advanced, they knew how to control and use water. Any doubt of that, you just look at what an aqueduct is. They were the first ones to ever massively produce a global during their time, global network of aqueducts, a water system. They could bring water from hundreds of thousands of miles away into a desert, into an area where they were going to build a huge population and they could sustain them when they had no water source. So there were pumps, there were buckets. They understood how to use gravity. And is that really much different than today? Most of our water systems are, how are they fed? Gravity, actually. Gravity. Why is gravity used over pumps?
It's a law.
It's a law and it's free. If you use a pump, you gotta have energy. You have to have a fuel source. If it's gravity, what's water gonna do?
Slow down.
Slow down. So interestingly, in St. Louis City, do you know where one of their main reservoirs are? For St. Louis City,
Like for water,
for water?
Anheuser-Busch,
Further away,
really?
Olivet.
Really?
Olivet, right there near Lindbergh and Olive is a state, well, it was state owned, but it's actually city owned, park. It's called, a reservoir. Because it's a higher elevation than the rest of St. Louis. And they have pipes running right down Olive, right into St. Louis City. They hold it up there that high, so they can feed everything down. But anyways, getting back to these ideas, Romans were way ahead of their times because nobody had really mastered water in this way. And he created these vigils. that would go out and they would roam the city streets looking for fire. And they would also be served as a police department. Does that kind of sound like something similar that we use today? Yeah. Not us per se, but we have public safety officers with other departments, they're police officers, they're firefighters. My opinion, that doesn't typically work incredibly well because there's usually conflict of interest. Today we have paramedics, firefighters together. That seems to work a little bit better. We use some of the same techniques, work well in a group, but there's a slight conflict of interest at times. Now, when there was a fire, usually they would do what? How to get that fire out? They would use buckets of water and create what? Bucket brigade. So that was one guy passing the bucket on, or everybody would just take it up there and throw it in there. That was an early idea of organized firefighting. Now we're gonna jump ahead about 1600 years to the Great Fire of London. So there really wasn't a whole lot of huge changes between 60 AD and 1660. Basically things changed and then sometimes they even went backwards. Knowledge decreased, the overall education of people decreased, the governments decreased, and it just became kind of a dark ages. Right here, we're coming finally back out of the dark ages, and we have the fire of 1666. And what did it do? It devastated a huge portion of London. They had to come to a point, and their realization is that you can't have this many people here living together without having some type of organized fire department or a system that would accomplish this. And they did. They started to get people and groups responsible for certain areas of the city in which they would come in and extinguish that fire. We have also around this time a bunch of famous people who were volunteer firefighters. George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, Samuel Adams, John Hancock. And basically everybody back then was a paid firefighter. So in 1853, Cincinnati had what is arguably, because if you ask New York and you ask Cincinnati and you ask, I think it's San Francisco, even Chicago, they will argue who had the first truly paid fire department. But Cincinnati does actually have paid records that go back that were paid from the city to the employee to be a paid firefighter. And this was really at the hence because just a year or so before, somebody had created a steam engine that would be allowed, would allow firefighters or the average people to pump water, to create a pressure system, a delivery system that would be used into forming streams, hose lines. And it was because of this, the city realized if they were going to make good use of this, because it was going to cost them a lot of money to get this made and man it, they need to pay somebody to use it. Because if you got this nice machine that's sitting in a warehouse somewhere and does nothing, you wasted a lot of money. So they actually had to put revenue into paying people to man this piece of equipment. 1904, we have increase in capability of a fire engine. This one was motorized, no horse drawn, and it was able to, it was kind of what you would truly call a modern fire engine. 1905, we went from that to that. Looks a little bit more familiar, right? Still, I wouldn't want to use that because it doesn't have the capability that we have today. This is what we have today. Back here, you're probably looking at less than less than a couple hundred gallons of water that it could put out, if that. You're probably closer to 80 to 100. This one here, 1,500 gallons a minute. Sitting right outside. Actually, it's not sitting outside, but it should be sitting outside. It's getting serviced. So with that, we can also have more tools, more pieces of equipment, things that will make our lives a little easier. And we can slowly see that throughout the years, our system of firefighting has really, truly increased. All right, let's see what we got here. All right. We're gonna take a break here now, and then we'll come back in about 15 minutes. And we'll continue on from there. So if you guys need to, I know most of you had to go on calls. Brian, take a break. Or you can stay there. It's still being recorded. Thank you for doing that.
I'm waiting for a break. Maybe we keep running this time, yeah, it's still.
Oh, yeah, I need to write the time.
Started before I started.
Okay, 5 minutes. Oh, I'm just burning out time.
Yeah.
I get a 15-minute break in here. Okay, we are streaming live. We are recording this. So, I think good that we got some of those calls out of the way. Now we're gonna get into water. I know this is about, exciting as, water, but, we're going to talk about the use of water, why it works, the economical advantages of it, and tying it together. Once again, if you have to use the restroom, go use the restroom. So what are the characteristics of water that makes it so good for us in firefighting applications?
Like expanding.
Yep, cooling, expanding. So one thing that will help you with understanding the science of firefighting, instead of thinking of degrees, temperatures, think of BTUs. BTUs, if we want to think about that, that's just energy that's being released. Yes, you can use that as heat. You can also use it as cooling as well. So we're talking about how many units are in a present situation. So really what we're looking at is lowering the temperature by using the BTUs that are inside of water to cool the hotter temperatures of whatever's being processed. This is working. Okay. So what makes water so good? Well, water conducts heat 24 times faster than air. So air cools down, temperatures disperse, energy regulates itself, but water can do that 24 times faster. It absorbs heat, expands as the water, the heat comes into the water, expanding. And as that does, it creates steam, which also creates more surface area. So every droplet, every molecule of water that's floating into the air or on the area increases the surface area, which allows more heat to enter in to the water, thus converting it to steam, lowering the BTUs. In reality, what we're talking about is decreasing the energy that's available in that particular room or situation, and thus it cools the temperatures. I know this is like not that great, it's kind of boring, but it does give you a basic understanding what we're trying to do than just putting the blue stuff on the red stuff. So why do we use water?
It's everywhere.
It's everywhere.
Blessed by Eskimo medicine.
It was blessed by an Eskimo medicine. Yes, that's the special water, the holy water.
Alaska, Glacier in Alaska.
Yep, by an Eskimo medicine man. Very good. So where can we get it? Oceans, ponds, rivers, streams, lakes. Our common sources are mostly going to be rivers, or retaining ponds, dry hydrants, or we'll actually have hydrants. Yes, we can get them from rivers, but we don't really have too many rivers that we can easily access. But if we do, how are we typically drafting out of a river? Using what? Hard suction, but like what type of
Water
access?
shuttle?
What type of access to rivers are we going to be looking for? As
Boat
engineers.
access?
Boat ramps. Boat ramps are gonna be number one. The second will probably be bridges. Because we'll probably pull a bridge. How many hard sections can we use to pull a draft? 2. So 2 sections, hopefully that's about 20 feet-ish. Hopefully it's a little less, and we can pull it up. Another good way that you can, if you have a creek, or a low river at the time, is you can try to collect it by using tarps. And what you're kind of doing is you're taking a tarp, you're tying 2 ends of it together, stretching it across the stream, and you're kind of using it as a big sail. And as the water collects into it, it's gonna wanna rush out the side, but it should raise the water level up. Hopefully that you can use a low-level strainer on top of the tarp and it sucks in. Get the visual idea? Okay, threw some knowledge there at you. I'll teach you. I'll learn you. All right, so why we use water? Because it's abundant, it's everywhere. And there's multiple ways that we can get it to the scene. What are some common ways we use? We have hydrants. We have tankers. We bring it with us, or we hopefully might be able to draft right then and there. That's gonna be a little difficult. A lot of times, what do? How do we set up water supply when there are no hydrants? Shuttle, okay. And what are the two options when you come up to a fire and you need to shuttle water in? How do we deliver the water through a shuttle?
Piggyback or drop tanks,
What was that again?
drop tanks, piggyback.
Piggyback, drop tanks. And I think Weston calls it, what do you call it? It's the hose line where it breaks off. Can't think of what I'm talking about.
I can either, I know what you're talking about, but
Yeah.
I can do it.
But basically, it's a central line with a gated Y or Siamese, where there two trucks can feed into a single line. And it's completely not that important. But as you can see here, you have a grid system. You got your reservoir, we were talking about earlier in St. Louis City, that's in Olivet. And we're using gravity. Usually they're pulling water from some type of water source, usually a river. Very rarely will you see a spring or a aquifer around here that's going to feed a water system for a whole city. Not Eureka, but typically it's coming out of the river. It's being treated, or it's coming from somewhere inside the St. Louis area. Which with the new system that's going to be going into service shortly, it's gonna be tied into most of St. Louis City, so it's gonna be a very large grid. It usually gets treated and stored. You have different types of water. You have very, very clean water, which is drinkable water, potable water. But you also have gray water. What's gray water?
Stagnant gross water,
Not technically.
sediment.
No, not really.
Water,
Huh?
water that's not treated.
No, it is actually, well. No, yes and no. It's a combination. So gray water is anything that is not going into the sewer system to be got out of the area through the sewers. So you wash your clothes. Technically, all that is gray water and that can be saved. Because it's not contaminated with biological contaminants. It might have some chemical contaminants. The lower number of contaminants are low. So you can actually use that to water your plants, water your grass. That's kind of recycling the system. Whereas if you use just dirty sewer water, that could cause disease, cholera, things of that nature. So gray water is anything that's used for like washing, cleaning, excluding sewer and waste. All right, so it's cheap, it's plentiful, it's easy to transport. Can you time this for me? So we can keep on this. And it has low environmental impact. So what happens if we spray too much water on a house? What's the environmental impact if we use too much water on a house? Not much, right? But what happens if the water becomes contaminated from something inside the house?
Hazardous waste.
Yeah. So we have to think of that a little bit. If we're fighting a fire and there's multiple chemicals inside this building, and there's a lot of runoff, we need to contain that as well. But usually for firefighting operations, it's a very low environmental impact. So water absorbs heat, expands with heat. So is this must have gone back. Or I repeated myself. So what happens if you cool down the situation? Lower the temperature of the fire and you run out of your water? What's the next option? What's a more reasonable option? What are we gonna do? This is a shortcoming of water. 2490, 2433 gets on scene, we waste all of our water putting out a fire. What do we need?
Extra water source.
We need another water source. One way is water shuttling, hydrant, things of that nature. When we put water on fire or burning materials, what happens to most of it? Runs off. Anybody care to guess on how much water actually is retained in extinguishing a fire? Think about how many fires you've been on and how much water's in the basement or first floor.
90% of it's in the basement.
90% of it's in the basement, right? And how does it look when you go down in the basement? How does the water look? Yeah, it can look nasty.
It's all slick. There's
Slick.
different contaminants in it.
Yeah.
It's, yeah.
But is it super sludgy?
Uh,
Typically, it's pretty liquidy, right?
Yeah.
You'll get sediment, you'll get stuff like that. But could you pull that water back out and probably reuse it?
I
You
would.
could for the most part. You wouldn't, that wouldn't be operational. The point is most of the water we're using for extinguishment isn't actually being used as extinguishment. It's waste. So we're wasting roughly about 90% of our water. So that means if we put 1,000 gallons on a fire, how much is actually retaining in the burn product? About 900 gallons we're wasting. So what does that eventually lead to? In a house, fires in the attic, we throw 1,000 gallons into the attic. 100 of it sits there, puts out the fire maybe. What's the other 900 gallons doing to the rest of the house?
Causing excess weight.
Wait,
Um,
destroying the house. Yeah. And it's interesting is like most of these mega mansions there, if you ever do some like research into some of these really large mansions. I was watching one of a fire in England. And you can even with Notre Dame, there was more damage done due to water than it was actual fire. Most of the times, countless art pieces were destroyed. So what is water doing? It's basically reducing the heat, which we're breaking the fire tetrahedron, and we're disrupting that chemical reaction, thus eliminating a hazard. We're reducing that hazard. I have the video and I'll show it to you later. Because obviously I forgot to put it back in there. So, all right, let's talk about real quickly, different delivery systems of a direct attack onto a fire. So smoothbore, what is that?
it's not impeded by anything, it's just open. So it gives you a solid stream.
Solid stream? How's it, let's go a little bit more than just a solid stream, because what can be in a solid stream?
Air.
Air. So this is complete solid water. It is like almost if it was coming out as a single 100% just water. What does fog nozzle do for delivery? How does that help or hinder?
Creates like water droplets, so it kind of cool the environment as it's smothering it with, water cooling it down, so,
Also trains there.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So some ventilation if needed.
Mhm.
Yeah. Gives you different, potentially, different gallons per minute, variability. So there's pros and cons.
Yeah.
it won't reach as far, yeah.
Very good.
Yeah. But on either side of things, it's going to, upset the thermal barriers in the room too.
Thermal layers.
Keep that in mind when you use that.
Okay, so let's talk about the difference between solid and fog and where would we use solid?
So it
Use
usually,
nozzles.
yeah, so like a deck gun, if we're trying to like, if we're having a difficult time with reach. We need to like rain water down, we can get a little bit further with it. And actually have more water get to it, whereas a fog nozzle, you're not gonna get as much reach with it. And the water will get dispersed more, like also disturb the thermal layering.
Okay.
Um,
When would you want to use fog instead of solid or smooth?
Exterior. If that,
Okay.
Like somewhere where it's not gonna be a problem if you upset the thermal layering, or if you're just trying to cover more surface area and bigger fire.
I guess that's what I was-
Okay. So, like, are we talking about a large area? A small area?
yeah, larger area.
Okay.
You can bank it down, you're able to kind of maybe use your stream a little bit easier,
Mm-hmm.
manipulate it, is what I'm, I guess, trying to say.
Okay.
The solid board, not that you can't with the combination fog nozzle.
Or a condition where you're trying to cool down a room.
Very good. That's actually what I was looking for. You're right. So let's just jump down to, does anybody know what an IFEX is? Negative? Nope. IFEX is a firefighting device that takes typically 1 pint of water and it aerosols it in a closed compartment. So it's basically like, we used to have them here and we get in a lot of trouble because we shoot each other. So if I was fielder and I wanted to shoot him, that's about as far away as I would shoot. And it was like a bazooka, it looked like a bazooka about this big. You had it, you compressed it full of air and it ran back to an air tank. And you shot it. And it shot out a pint of water and would knock him down. But you step back just a foot or two further, you would just get this mist come all over. So what it does is it opens up all the surface tension that's, I mean, not all of it, but it increases the surface tension of all that water and aerosols it. So if you were to put it into a closed container, maybe this like a shed or a room, and it's super hot in there, let's say it's 800,000 degrees, you shoot that in there, you shut that door, it puts itself out. Now, there still might be something burning over there, but what it's done is it's taken all the BTUs, all the heat and energy, and just absorbed it right into that mist. Now, you have to be a little careful because when you go to open up that door, you're gonna get all the steam come running, flushing at you. So you can still get a steam burn. So in essence, if you want to think of an IFEX, it's kind of like a fog nozzle. Except for a fog nozzle, it's gonna have way bigger drops. You're gonna have quite a bit less surface area. But if you open up a fog nozzle inside of a room, bedroom, and you shut that door, are you gonna put that fire in? You could, but what else are you gonna for 100% sure be doing? Might not put the fire completely out. What are you gonna be doing to the room? Cooling it. So we're transferring the BTUs inside that room. It's being absorbed by that water, thus reducing the amount of heat in that room. Now, what are we talking about? 1,000 degrees, maybe to about 200, 250. Is
That's 10.
that's tenable, right?
So if you're in a bind, you can survivable, at least to find yourself an alternate route.
Yeah. Well,
Survivable for a victim.
you're probably gonna steam burn somebody if they're alive.
But I mean,
Okay,
it's,
but, yeah.
yeah, it's still drastically cooler than what it was.
We were reducing the energy that's in that room. The available energy for explosion, for burning, for superheated gases. So we're dampening down, we're humidifying that room basically. We can make entry. There's still a lot of caution that we have to protect ourselves against so we don't get steam burns. And also, where's that going to go? So ventilation would be key after this to remove that, but it's a lot easier to remove it. Combination nozzle. Let's talk about that. We don't have to talk a lot about it. Explain to me what that is.
It's a solid combination between a solid bore and fog nozzle.
Solid bore. Yeah. So it can be used kind of either way. Now, I made a mistake earlier when I said this, and I probably confused it, and I apologize. Smooth bore, how's that different than a solid bore? I think I told you the wrong way. I just want to correct that. What's the difference between a smooth bore and a solid?
Bore has no obstructions.
Thank you. So no air, nothing mixed into it. Solid bore actually could have air. I think I said that the opposite way. Yeah, that's probably just, let me make sure I get that. So smooth bore and solid bore, how would you use those differently than an IFEX or a combination? Well, no, let's take combination fog. Let's go with fog or. What's the sole purpose of wanting to use a solid bore or smooth?
Do not upset the thermal layering.
Okay, that's one.
Penetration reach.
Penetration, reach. Is how far can you played around with fog nozzles? It's only gonna go so many feet. You might get 50, 75 feet on a fog nozzle, probably not that far. But with a solid bore, how far can you get? Not exactly, but yes, you're right. You're right. It depends on the size of the actual discharge orifice and all the volume behind it. There's nothing there to interrupt it, to redirect the energy any other way. It's going directly. Any other type of water systems that we have that can be used for delivery? Or we don't have? You can mention one we don't have.
Penetration.
Penetration nozzle? Yes, there is.
Cellar
What's that
nozzle.
called? It's called a piercing nozzle.
Piercing nozzle.
Or a cellar nozzle.
Cellar nozzles, I think is different than a piercing nozzle.
It is,
Am I correct?
yes.
The cellar nozzle is gonna have the,
Like a sprinkler.
yeah, it's gonna look
Yeah.
like a disco ball.
Disco ball, that's what
Yeah.
I would say, yeah.
Yeah, or a spring.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Pre-cut.
as water comes through it, that sucker's gonna spin on its own. It's gonna be like a little jet. It's gonna be because it's coming out. I don't know, about 10 different orifices, smaller orifices. You're gonna drop that into a basement somewhere from above. Very, very rarely will you ever send it up. Typically, with that, you would do piercing nozzle or, you can tear a hole and then just use a fog nozzle. Any other type of nozzles?
Power nozzles, that's big.
Yeah. There are specialized nozzles. One that has come out, and if you want to talk about it, has to do with EV cars. Or trying to cool the battery from underneath.
So is that almost like what the power washer on wheels that wash the undercarriage, is it similar to that, or is it?
Yeah, it kind of is. I mean, it's basically a sprinkler, right, for underneath the car, but, it's made one to kind of stay in place, right? So, they make one that's has almost like a pike pull attachment to it.
Yeah.
So you can slide it underneath the car and all we're doing is cooling it because of the thermal runaway on these batteries, right? Once they heat, after they reach, I can't remember, it was 200 to 250 degrees. You know, say it takes 8 minutes to get there. After it hits that 200 degrees, from 200 to 3,200 can be under a minute. So they once that's going, it takes off. So they came out with these as a way to kind of help combat, but I'd say most of it is almost preventative for us. Like if you're gonna go work on the car, we should take this, slide it under. Just to use it and its protection and just so we can safely work with that in the process.
Oh, very good. Okay, next one, we got a video here. I'm gonna show you. Now that we saw that video, that's pretty entertaining. Good. All right, so we're gonna get into we're almost halfway through this, our economical advantages for this. Number one, It's cheap. Very cheap. How much is a gallon of water in the store today? About $1, more or less.
So if you're getting to go into Deerbergs, it might be a little.
Right. And how much if we were to pay from the water system in our house properly? Does anybody know? It's cents. It's something like 4 to 6 cents, depending on who's doing it, how they have to transport it. If they're trying to get an extra tax out of them to increase the system. But usually, at the very least, where is it at? It's free, right? We can get it. We can get it somewhere for free. It's also plentiful. It's easy to transport. Extremely easy to transport. How long does it take on average to fill a 1,000-gallon tanker? Now, that's slightly misleading because now you're gonna say what size? 3-inch, 5-inch, 4-inch supply line, hydrant pressure. Yeah. So here in Eureka, it could probably take anywhere from 4 to 5 minutes to 10 minutes. And that depends. If you are probably over at the bottom of the Legends and you hook up a 5-inch to it, you could probably get in about 3 minutes to 5 minutes, pretty quick. Why? Because the pressure is probably right around 90. And that's an ample supply source and it'll just flow directly into it. Once again, it's a low environmental impact. So if we accidentally spill it, you just gotta wait for it to dry up or be absorbed or taken down through the drainage systems. So we really don't have much to worry about that. As you saw, that video right there was incredibly good. As just another good video. Increases economical disadvantages. Let's talk about those. We talked about that a little bit. What are some disadvantages to water? Weight. Yeah. Who here has actually been on a second floor that's made out of wood, got carpet on it, and you felt sponge everywhere? No?
No.
Either of you two? No? It is freaky. It is scary. Scary. Because you will literally sit there and you're like, I know there's carpet there. And as you're doing this, you feel the whole entire floor just wanna wave with you a little bit. And that's because usually carpet retains a lot of water. And all that water is being dispersed mostly evenly across the floor. And now you add any type of structural defect to that floor because of fire underneath or damage, it just gets worse. So it's almost like you can kind of feel the floor getting heavier. And the only thing I could say that might give you a good idea of that is if you were to walk on a very thin piece of sheet metal, you know the flexibility, right? Now you go to a thicker, maybe a 1/2 inch or 3/8 inch sheet metal, you walk on that, you feel that difference, right? You can feel it. Doesn't want to flex as much. It's still flex. So when you're walking on a floor that's just waterlogged, you can kind of feel it. Now, that's good for you because it gives you senses. You should be paying attention to how your legs are doing, how your feet are moving, how your knees are bending, how the sway of the house is. So if you're standing on it and it's like pretty solid, but you can kind of feel it give, and then slowly, like 5 minutes later, you notice there's a little bit more spring in that step, what is that telling you? Yeah, you might consider either we need to get some water off of this. So then what do? We need water chutes or poke some holes to clear the drain, or we remove ourselves or we remove objects off of that floor. We lighten the load. What else do we got? Increases damages. How?
Just water damages, causing mold. The excess weight can put excess stress on the structure itself. on otherwise unaffected areas.
Mhm.
Um,
What about possessions? What type of things would be
oh yeah,
destroyed?
personal sentimental things can be
Pictures.
just destroyed. So,
Paintings.
Paintings, family photos, memories, computers, phones, TVs. That's a lot. I mean, think about that. How many things do you own now on your computer that you don't have a physical copy of? How many pictures do you have now than you did before you had an iPhone? 5. Exactly. All right, so we got drywall, floors. Now, what about damage overall to the building and the economical part of it? Do you think sometimes we might save the house, but actually increased the damage to the house by 2?
Attic fires for sure.
Attic fires for sure. You have nice mahogany floors, the size of this room, and now it's waterlogged and it's buckled. That's an added expense. So, and then cleanup as well. Secondary damages. All right, so now we're gonna finish this up. We're almost done with this part. We're gonna tie it together. Just to get a whole entire quick view of this. Water's good because it's cheap, it's plentiful, easy to transport, little impact. But it actually can be a detriment. Because as much as water we put onto it, because what are we wasting typically out of every 1,000 gallons? How much are we wasting? About 900. That is not 100% bad, but I want you to understand, we waste a lot of water to put out a small section. So that waste ends up costing us more problems down the end. Now, why is that important? Because as we get into CAFS and as we get into Class A, hopefully you'll start to understand why I'm teaching you this part over and over and over and over and over again. Is it easy to say water is just the answer to all of our problems? Yes, because it's cheap, it's plentiful, it's easy to transport. But it comes with problems. So what is the benefit to using water compared to something else? That's what we have to analyze. It stops it from burning, it puts it out, but what are we causing down the road? Can we do things smarter? So typically, there's 2 things we can do. We can find a better agent. And typically, if we find a better agent, what happens? It increases the cost. Or we can find different techniques. Different techniques or things that we do during a fire can save us. What are some techniques that we could do to save a house with an over surplus of water?
like you said, a water shoot. Poking a hole, a lower level. You know, it's like you said again, to drain some of that excess water. You know, try not to be cognizant of what you're spraying when you're spraying it. If you don't absolutely need to be like dousing something that isn't on fire, be aware where your stream's going.
So if you're on the 2nd floor, just think about this for a second, and you're in a master bedroom or in the hallway. What's typically, I'm not gonna make this a guessing game. There's usually a bathroom, right? So think about using the tub to shoot water into the tub. If you can't make it into the tub, take out the toilet. How big is that drain hole for that toilet? If you remove the whole entire toilet,
3 to 4 inches.
3 to 4 inches. Now, that doesn't mean you're not gonna have some leakage around that, and it's still not gonna go down the steps, it's still not gonna go down the wall. But how much water could you eliminate by just opening up a 4-inch hole that's draining it directly out of the house somewhere else? What if I told you you could, out of that 900 gallons that's being wasted, you could remove 300? That's about a third less water, right? So that's something to think about. So we need to try to limit our damage to the house that we're causing by bringing in extra water. Part of that is water control, directing water at the right spot, having a plan where that water is going to go out, what type of damage we're doing, covering stuff that might save possessions. All right, that's it. Thank you. We're now gonna get into, Class A, and that'll be in the next. Now, if you have to go to the bathroom, take a break, go ahead. I'm done. That's it. Now we're live. Alright, this section is only about 40 minutes, so we'll get through it. And if you have any questions, please participate, it just helps out quite a bit. What do we know about Class A foam so far? I know you haven't learned anything yet, but what do you guys know about Class A foam?
I know that it decreases the surface tension and absorbs into the material.
Okay, very good. What else?
Cause of cancer these days.
Supposedly. Allegedly. Anything else you know about Class A foam?
You have to pump it at you have to be able to get it to aerate, and you have to pump it at a certain pressure to get it to do so.
Okay, very good. We'll talk about how we can use it, how it's effective, what it can do, what it can't do. And when we look at this class and the next class that's talking about CAFS, we'll take a look at how these two applications are actually can be different. So Class A foam is used for what type of fires? Okay. Typically Class A fires. But what's a Class C fire? Electrical. Can use Class A firefighting techniques on Class C. Once you unplug it, right? Once you de-energize it, then it falls back to that Class A foam. If you have a Class B fire, gasoline fire, that catches on grass, well, you're gonna be using a Class A to not put out the fire of the gasoline, but to put out whatever organics or building materials that is. So we have a nice little beginning of this. So what do we see is carbon doesn't really like water. Carbon, as fire is turning wood or anything combustible into carbon, is not really breaking down to I get the right word here. Basically, when something's burning, it produces carbon. And when water hits it, they don't like each other. They want to repel. Combustible materials, by breaking down the surface tension of the water, that is what we're trying to get to. We're trying to get as much surface or cooling agent onto that piece of the material. Now, it helps penetrate water into a material. So if you kind of think of it as like a sponge, you take a sponge, put it next to water, it wants to soak it up. Bounty towels, another thing, wants to soak it up. That's typically not what we see when we apply direct water to carbon materials, unburnt materials. It might be heated up, but it is not completely burnt up. So what we really want to prevent is rekindling. So a lot of people think that the best time to use Class A foam or Class A foam product is when you're doing salvage and overhaul. And that is right. That is a really excellent time because you want that water to penetrate into the fire. Now, when we talked about water last session, what's some of the bad effects that water can do to a house that's caught on fire? Some of the side effects. Water damage, right. Increases load. Steam. Yeah. So we could be putting the fire out, but we're actually making the situation worse. Now, it's not as worse as if we just let it burn completely, but we could still be doing a lot of damage to the building itself. So using it to keep rekindles, that's obviously a major plus. So when we look here at this diagram, we see that as the heat comes upon the item that's burning, in this case wood, it's heating it up, it's breaking it down, it's prioritizes the area down here. This is the ash, the char, the carbon that's being left. The pyrolysis is down here. And then you got your unburnt areas. As that happens, and the heat is there, it's releasing the vapors that are actually causing the fire. So how do we stop that? Well, we talked about carbon being like oil. If we throw water and oil together, what happens? They don't like each other, they repel each other. So you can kind of, as an illustration here, think of that carbon as an oil. We're not talking about the literal class B fires. We're just talking about get away from me. Don't touch me. So how do we change that reaction? How do we get those two to want to like each other? Well, we have to introduce an agent that helps change that chemical reaction. So one of the factors we got here is without air in your class A product, so we're talking about water and class A, you still get your cooling factor of water, right? And you get an increased absorption rate like you want, but you're not creating that foam, bubbly blanket that you normally associate with class A foam or CAFS. So what you're trying to do is you're trying to steal some of the really good properties from CAFS, and you're stealing the real great properties of water and you're putting them together without creating such a different solution. So when we get into CAFS, what do we know about CAFS? What's the dynamics of CAFS? It comes out of the nozzle. What's it look like? White foam, shaving cream, right? How much water is in it? The thicker it is, the less water it is. You could throw up on a wall and it just wants to stick, right? So is that enough to cool down a really hot surface? No, it's not. So like you get it wetter. That means you're using more water mixed into this. Now with CAFS, you have air. The reason why is you're trying to coat something. In this application, what we're talking about is still using the penetrating power of water. So if you have a solid stream and you're shooting it straight into the hottest part of that fire, you're still getting that. But now you're getting the byproduct as it's cooling it down that it wants to stay there. So instead of using 1,000 gallons of water to put out a room fire, you might use 200 because most of that water is now staying there. Now with CAFS, almost all that water is staying right there. Because if you have CAFS and you throw it up there and it's a dry CAFS and it's on the side of the wall, it's going to take it a little while for it to run down, right? If you use a wet CAFS, it'll stick up there and it'll stay there for a while, but it'll run down. So we're kind of getting that idea is you have water way over here that will just pour through anything and just go straight to the ground. You got CAFS way over here that wants to stick to something and stay there. But now we're looking at kind of bringing it into the middle. We want some of those properties where we're changing the composition of water to attract itself to carbon. And that's what class A does. It's a protein. So what we're trying to do is still change this chemical reaction in this pyrotetrahedron, but we're doing it in a different way with less amount of water. So we're still cooling down this heat, separating it away with less waste water. So this is going to reduce the amount of water that we need because if we can apply room that's on fire that normally would take 1,000 gallons of water to put it out, and you waste 800 or 900 gallons of it, it goes into the basement or to the floor next below, and you're able to use 100 or 200 gallons of water, and you get 20 or 30 gallons of water that is dripping into the basement. What are you doing to the house? What is the benefit? If you use less water, less damage, right? So less load on the building materials, right? So that means a little bit more safety. You can also keep it from rekindling. And you're also doing less water damage. So we really need to think about this this is not always the way you're gonna do it each and every time, because there's gonna be a time when you're gonna just use water. And then there's gonna be other times when you really need to use CAFS. All right, so we're going to talk about show a few videos here.
All right, here we go. Tower 2, engine 16, medic 10, engine 8. Respond to a car into a truck. Fuel leaking on the ground, Kipling and Hampton.
Some of this is going to get into a little bit of CAFS,
For
but
multi-company
I want to
drills throughout
get the
June and
overall
July, we're
idea of
doing
what's
Class
really
B
going on.
Fires with foam application techniques. We looked at pre-planning what kind of incidents could we have in our district. One of those we recognized was that cars or truck accidents on the freeways and interstate causing a leakage of fuel and then a fire. We call that a Class B fire. To extinguish that, we use foam. Think about a 55-gallon barrel of fuel. If we use our traditional fire attack with a fire attack stream at 150 or greater GPM, and we spray water right into that barrel and it's on fire, it's going to just spread fire all over the place. What we want to do is essentially put a lid on it. The lid is basically that foam. We apply the foam blanket either in front of or behind or rain it down, and our 3 different basic techniques are to create a foam blanket over that flaming liquid that puts it out without disturbing it. Just as you would in a grease fire in your kitchen, if you splash water on it, that water expands and it just basically spreads the problem around your kitchen. The best technique for that is to cover that fire or to use a dry chemical extinguisher that's made for a grease fire. On the street, when we're dealing with hydrocarbons, a diesel or gasoline fuel spill, we don't want to splash or dilute that. We want to control it, contain it, and extinguish it. This training was in anticipation of a call like I-70. There was a recognizing, hey, we could have this type of an incident anywhere in our district. The prop is simulating a truck with a 55-gallon saddle tank full of diesel fuel. We have a car prop that's the ignition source as well. Both of those are propane fires. And then we also have a third vehicle involved where there's victims inside of there. They're mannequins and they're labeled with their gender and age and injuries. So while we're doing our fire attack, our number one priority is always life safety. And so it's how do we extinguish or control the fire and then rescue the people from the car. All training that we do is important. This is just one of the many techniques in our toolbox of things that we need to be able to immediately deploy to help out people in urgent need.
Okay, so now you might be asking your question, we're talking about Class B foam, or Class B fire,
Drinking
correct?
warm water before.
So why are we talking about this when we're talking about using Class A foam? What are we now carrying on our trucks? What type of foam are we now carrying on our trucks? How about, yes? We have what? What do you mean by both? Class A and Class B? Or do we have Class A tank, Class B tank? Is that 100% true?
Is it all the same type? It just depends on the solution.
Okay, yes, you are correct. We do now have a new product out there that is a Class A and Class B product that will do both. Okay? That is, all our Class B cells are Class A, Class B cell. It is, you'll have your Class A cell, and then you'll have one that's Class A, Class B. Why is that effective? What type of fire did we see there when they were not doing their prop, but when they were actually showing the actual live fire that they ran? Class B, but what else was there?
Class A materials.
A lot of Class A materials, right? So the nice thing about this, and we have to be aware that we actually carry a Class A because Class A, straight up Class A is going to be different product than our Class A, Class B. You can use your Class A, Class B, but you have to know what the portions are. But even if you have a Class B fire and you don't have Class A, Class B, there's still gonna be products that you're gonna have to put out with your Class A. Am I confusing you a little bit? You following? Okay. So what the nice thing about that video was is, what do water and gasoline like to do with each other? And diesel? Spread, and they don't like each other because one wants to float. It's a specific density of gravity that allows whether that oil floats and spreads or not. Now, they never said once that they were using Class B foam. And they never really said once that they were using Class A foam. But what did we notice about the product that they were making? It obviously was a foam. Was it aerated?
Yeah, it was thicker.
It was thicker, but was it really aerated? It was runny, right? It was runny. Did they have great reach, great penetration? Was their stream a little more solid, longer? Did you notice? It was quite a bit. They were able to stand back a good 50, 60 feet and hit what they were aiming at. So this can be effective in vehicle fires and it can be effective in house fires too. Let me pull up another video here.
All right, here we go.
Don't just take classes, take charge. Start your comeback today at purdueglobal.edu.
Sorry. That's what I was getting.
Today we're going to talk about Class A foam, and this is being used for more than one course, for wildland, for fire behavior, so it might have some crossover to the two different classes. Be patient with me with that. So we're going to talk about why Class A foam is more efficient than using just water when you have a Class A fire. So let's get going. Of course, water is the most effective fire suppressing agent known to man. It cools, it breaks down that heat side of the fire triangle. It has an amazing power to absorb British thermal units, BTUs of heat. So water is readily available in most places. It's inexpensive and it's very effective. So that's why firefighters, usually their go-to is water. Now on wildland fires, there is a limited amount of water. So you want to be really wise about the use of your water. But of course, when a hydrant is nearby, you can be more aggressive. So that leads us to kind of talk about water management. When you are fighting fire with water, especially in a wildland setting, you don't want to waste water. Every engine has about 500 gallons. There's usually a water tender assigned to the incident. They've got 4,000 gallons. They're going to be spreading that between the different fire engines fighting the fire. So, sometimes you'll be sitting there for 15, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, waiting for somebody to come and refill you. So you need your firefighters to make every drop count. And you do that by being effective. You hit the base of the fire. Don't be shooting water at the flames. You want to hit it at the base. You also want to use the correct nozzle type, but especially the nozzle stream. So you can see on the bottom right picture, they're using a straight.
There we go. Wanted to get that out. So what are we really looking at? We talked about being able to put that fire room out with less water. What is that really doing for or managed.
have a lot of work with it.
Yeah, that's true. Now, this was very abundant, and this is the reason why we actually got our first CAFS truck back in 2000 and I want to say it was about 2012, I think, which was 11, thank you. So about 2000, end of 2009, there was a house in Crescent. And that house was a $1 million house. 2420 and 2414 both saw the fire of this house from their station. As we're driving down 44, you could see through the woods, this thing was just fully inflamed. What's the horrible thing about Crescent Road and some of those houses that are not near the golf courses, that are back in the woods? What do they lack? Black hydrants. So we already know what we're working with, right? If you can see this fire that large from that mile away, and you can see it through the woods, you got two pumpers that are going to get there almost right on top of each other. How many gallons of water are you going to have?
I don't know what they held back.
Roughly
Yeah.
2,000 gallons,
Yeah,
right?
about 2,000, maybe three.
3,000 gallons. So what are you gonna have to set up?
Or tank.
You're gonna have to set up porta tank. You're gonna have to set up shuttle. You're gonna have to have more manpower. Now, this went really quickly to a second alarm with additional tanker response. So unfortunately, what happened was that the first truck pulled in, used its deck gun, and shot its load, 1,000 gallons. That was done in, how long does it take to empty a truck through a deck gun?
2 minutes.
Yeah, 2 minutes.
4 minutes, something like that.
2 minutes. When are you gonna get your next amount of water? Not very soon, are you? So second truck comes in, supplies in, gives them 1,000 gallon water. How much water is in the amount of hose between the two trucks? We'll say about 300 gallons. And then they blow another 700 gallons. Now you're sitting there for 7 or 8 minutes.
Wait.
Doing nothing, okay? You look dumb because you're all dressed up, you're ready to go to the party, and you can't dance because you don't have any water to put this out. So what does that teach you? There's 2 points that I want you to take away from that. Number one, you look stupid, right? So just shooting here from the hip a little bit, for the public's view, what can we do to change that? Without even getting into Class A foam. Should we have shot all 2,000 gallons of water right then and there? No, especially after the first one. You should have left. So perception means a lot. So you sit there and you start throwing water at it. What would probably be your best management water at that moment? Let's go a little smaller than that. Crosslay. Now, there's going to be two arguments to this side. There's a good reason to do it and a bad reason. One, you don't look inept by using 1 3/4, but you can also hopefully keep the fire from spreading. Now, that house was pretty much gone. There was not much you're going to do to save that house, but you can keep it from spreading, going into the wood. You can keep it from extensions, sheds, other houses. So you could be managing that. And what does that look like to the homeowner? You're doing something, right? Now, the other aspect that we can take away from that is there was poor water management, right? So Class A foam can actually help you have a little bit more water management. How much water did we say that it might take to put out a room in context? 1,000 gallons. Now, you just saved yourself by using Class A, maybe cutting that down to about 200 gallons, right? So that now means you have how much left over? 800. Now, I ain't gonna sit there because each and every Class A foam product is going to be different on the market. I'm not going to say that typically every room is going to be 1,000 gallons of water with just water. And I'm not going to say that you're going to save 80% with each type of foam. what I'm trying to get to a point is there is value in managing your water better. By adding a little class A to that water, you can allow that water to penetrate what's being burnt, and now you can conserve some of that. So at the very end of that fire, that house burnt down. It was gone. And we needed to come up with a good solution for better water management. Now, there are estimations left and right what adding CAFS would do. Because if you go to a dry CAFS, you could probably make 1,000 gallons last for quite a bit while. So, but what happens when you add dry CAFS to a very, very hot surface? It dissipates. There's not enough water to cool it down. So as we go through this part, Class A and the CAFS section, understand why things are working chemically. It's the cooling water and the product that allows penetration, but you still have to have that water, right? So really, we don't want to waste our cooling agent by running. So if you have a fully engulfed house and you need a lot of water real quick, what could you do? Same situation, house fully inflamed. You only have 1,000 gallons. It's a super huge house. What more will cost, right? Now you mentioned a 2.5 blitz line, right? What do we have on blitz line? Smoothbore, but what device is connected to that? What can the 2.5 do? You're getting it, hopefully. What can be supplied to that water?
Oh, CAFS.
CAFS or Class A. So as you go to your pump panel, you can turn off the air proportioner and just flow Class A into the water. Now, at what percentage is our Class A?
3%.
3%. So that means for every 100 gallons, how much of it is foam and how much of it is water?
3 gallons to 97.
Right. So you have 97% water, right? And now you just made that water wetter, okay? So we're kind of saving water, but we're still using the water. We're just hoping that we can use and not waste as much, okay? Big fire means
Big water.
big water. So what, now this is a little advanced, what else could you do if you have to flow a deck gun?
Just get it down.
This is a little bit more advanced for engineering, but for you two to sit and think about it. What can you do?
Get it back. Get back at foam.
Well, how do you get foam to come out of a deck gun? Class A foam to come out of the deck gun. Now, I'm not talking about CAFS, I'm talking about Class A foam.
Your thoughts?
Okay, let's hear it.
You can,
So you still open up, turn on your foam pro, and it's gonna venturi out. It's not gonna be a ton, but it'll give you a little. The other one would be a heavier proportion. You take your front bumper, any line you don't currently have in use, it's hooked up, available for CAFS. You're gonna bring it over and you're gonna run it directly into your pump. You're gonna pump through that line and then up and out your deck. Both up. So now you're pumping CAFS through your deck.
You got that?
so that's why I was thinking.
Okay, so yeah, so you
I was
can use
thinking
your,
just take the whole hose and just put it in the fill, just
Mhm.
put it right in your tank and then just go that way. But that's gonna be,
so,
that's,
gonna be a mess.
that'd be, gotta be a mess.
okay, so that's one way you can do it. What's the second way you can do it? You said you had a couple. There's actually two.
Well, with Venturi,
Yeah,
what he said, you could run a line through. The other one is you can dump it directly in your tank. It's gonna be best cleaned up.
Right, you can dump it directly into your tank. Now, what's the problem if you dump it directly into your tank when you have a foam cell already?
It's gonna be less than 3%.
Okay.
Is what you're in.
So one of the things you can do, go ahead, if you have any
I
more.
was just gonna.
So one of the things you can do is maybe get your 2.5. Take your pony section. 3-inch pony section. Screw it onto the 2.5, not the hose line, just the connector. Take it into the inlet, okay? So it's an inlet into pump. Increase the percentage of class A. You might want to go to a 6 or 7. I don't really have the number because we've only done it very few times.
6 wouldn't give you that much.
Yeah, but what you're doing is you're putting in, if you do it 3%, you're doing a 3% solution into a larger vessel
Right.
that's mixing with more water. So you probably need to increase it to a 6 or 7%. And then you close out every other discharge, you close down the tank fill, you still have tank to pump coming through. And it's cycling through and it's adding it in through the pump and you're shooting it out. Does that make sense? You look a little confused, just want to make sure, Brendan? Okay.
That's just how it is.
So, one time that that I've actually had to use this was not on a house fire. It was on a brush fire right off the side of the interstate. It was right here, before you hit the river, going, into Jefferson County. That whole entire hillside was on fire. And we had, several guys trying to put that out, but the terrain was so rocky that one guy actually broke his leg. And we were, like, to get to the fire, we had to go down this really steep area. So we had one of the pumpers pull up, and what they actually did is they dumped a whole pail of water into, a whole pail of Class A directly into the tank. And they shot it up there. Which would have been actually way more easier if they just would have done what I said. And they were able to spray that whole entire side of the hill that we could not get to. And then we just had somebody that's stood up there, which was me. And I just said, okay, to the left, down, to the right. And I directed them, just like if I was on a hose line as a captain. This is where the fire is. And we didn't have to risk anybody else.
So if you were gonna put it directly into the tank, you would need 30 gallons foam for that.
Well,
Because
I'm gonna tell you,
that's 3% of 1,000. If you're on a 1,000-gallon pump,
yeah,
so you need 30 gallons. So that'd be, how much are in our tanks on the truck now? What's the max?
I think there's 60 gallons.
Okay, so theoretically, if you took all the Class A foam, yeah, just take all the Class A foam you have and put it directly into your tank, then that would give you 3%. So that's also gonna fill up your tank and you might just start spilling out the bottom a little bit or whatever.
It's always gonna be good that if you get a chance, how many times do you guys actually look at the labels from the tank? The refill for Class A?
Me?
Look at the percentage.
Oh, I see it all the time.
What does it say?
The percentage of what?
What the percentage mixture can be?
Oh, no. I
Most of
never
them will
looked
say
at it.
3 to 6.
Yeah.
But you'll find that each product is a little different depending on who makes it and how it's made. So it's always good to read the manufacturer understanding on that. Now, I'll tell you that if you flow 1,000 gallons, yeah, you'll come to 30 gallons. But let's just say you flow 20 gallons of Class A foam, but are you still gonna be making that water wetter?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're just decreasing the efficiency.
Right.
So by getting to know what product you have, what your truck's capable of, how to get it into the system, you could really be setting yourself up for extinguishing a lot of water, okay? Now, we're not talking about CAFS. What's gonna happen when you flow Class A water, or Class A foam and water out of the smooth? It's gonna mix a little, right? But it's really not gonna aerate too much. All we were really looking to do is to get it to mix in there. So I'll give you a quick story. We had a huge brush pile that somebody was burning a bunch of trees and brush and stuff. And it was about 30 feet by 30 feet. So it was pretty big. And it was shooting flames 90 feet straight into the air. We go over there, we hit the sucker with water real quick. We got brand new 14, throw some calves on it. And without getting into who this was, we get the fire knocked down, but how big did I tell you the fire was? 30 by 30? And he goes, all right, this is what I want you to do. going to make a nice dry calf. We're gonna put big old, like a whipped cream all over something. We're gonna just cover this whole entire thing. We're gonna smother that sucker. Does that sound kind of reasonable?
First, I guess.
At first, until you think of what?
Yeah, until you think about it, then it's just gonna be.
What's at the seat of this fire? Where it was burning? You don't see visible flames. But what do you got in 30 feet by 30 feet worth of
Grass and just
brush?
tons
No,
of
no,
stuff.
it's been burning for a while.
Just embers.
Embers.
So
Embers.
just burnt all the.
So
foam.
imagine how thick those embers were. And probably a couple feet thick. So is dry calf's gonna put that out?
No, it's just gonna burn off.
It's gonna steam off, because how long does it take a pile of embers to burn out at a campfire? You throw your last log on at night before you go to sleep in your tent. You throw that on there. What happens in the morning? You wake up.
Still smoking.
It's still smoking. What can you do? You can throw a couple more logs in there and just give it a little bit of encouragement, and it burns right back up. So that wasn't understanding the proper usage of water in Class A inside of this. So that particular individual left. And when they left, we had thrown so much Class A CAFS foam on top of this that we just turned it straight to water. And we mixed that dry calves with the copious amounts of water, and that thing stopped smoking within 5 minutes. Because all of that water, there was already enough Class A product in those carbon that when we remixed that water into it, it just cooled everything down. Everything else after that was steam. Was that wood gonna catch back on fire? No, it wasn't. We had controlled it so much. We were able to actually get in there with hose lines and break it apart with our hose, with equipment. So having that concept of what you can do with Class A foam with water gives you kind of the best of both worlds. You just lose the waste. You have better water management. So once again, I don't want you to get hung up in the actual numbers. I want you to understand that you can save water by using Class A, but you still need water to put it out. So I'm not telling you every time you're gonna save 80% of your water, because you don't know how big actually that fire is, how hot that fire is at its seat, right? Make sense? Have I lost any of you? You look, okay. All right, any questions on this? Okay. So let me skip to the next portion of this video. We're not gonna watch the whole video. So we have the practical understanding of so as we can see from this video, we'll just talk about it. I'm not gonna play it for you. We only have probably about another 10 minutes and we're done. I know you're super excited to be here. Have you been timing it?
Yes.
How many minutes?
2.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Oh, awesome. Then I'll go with, no, wait. Did you start when it said it was recording, or did you just start when we came in?
I started when you said, okay, here we go.
Okay, good. Then we'll just get in this one. So this actual slide is just repeating the fact that we're increasing the surface tension for that water to penetrate. So you're gonna see, I brought this up. Don't get hung up on the numbers so much, because when we, back in 2011, 2012, when we got that first CAFS truck, they're like, oh, you're gonna be able to use your water 7 times more. Well, that's true if you use dry CAFS. But can you fight a fire with dry CAFS? No. So I said, you probably save 80% of your water. right? This one here is saying that it makes your water 1/3 more productive. Other people's will say it will do, so it goes from 1/3 more productive to 7 times more productive. So there is a huge range. Now, when you actually go to the labs, United Laboratory Labs, they're going to say that typically it's about 2 to 3 times more effective. So I can't sit here and be 100% honest with you and say you're gonna double your water, triple your water. Because now that goes back onto how was it made? What concentration is that product at? How much water does your truck actually put out? There's so many factors that go into it that these numbers can get construed. And as I was giving this, Brad gave me a funny look. And I knew exactly why he gave me that funny look. He was like, it was when I was telling you, you might save 800 gallons. I can't promise you that, but I'm telling you, we can save a lot of water by just being a little bit smarter. Marshall.
It's going to look like milky water.
So we're gonna get out of that. There's everything in here.
It's mostly water. Its uses, it's mostly water. Its uses are fire attack and mop up. It's really good at penetrating deep into fuels like hay bales, compost fires, garbage, big. I went to a fire when I was a brand new firefighter. It was big trash heaps.
So basically what I want you to get from this is
garbage.
not the penetration part. But that is pretty good. Is you have to sit there and analyze what you're actually trying to accomplish. Okay, just give me a couple more minutes. We'll be good. We're looking at thinking about, oh, that's what you did. Okay. Thinking about what is the best tactic. There's going to be times when water is all you have. That's the best tactic. There's going to be other times where CAFS is really what you need because the fire's basically pretty much out. And all you have to do is keep it from rekindling. So we'll get into the next time, we're going to get into this CAFS system and how it works, and we'll get into that a little bit more. But even with Class A, we're really looking at why we're using it. So with this application, when we are using, what happens when you flow water mixed with Class A foam through fog nozzle? Or Class B foam, what's gonna happen?
Aerates it.
It aerates it. Does it aerate it as much as a traditional CAFS truck does? No, it does not. What happens when you run it through a smoothbore nozzle? Doesn't aerate it as much. Now, what happens is when you aerate foam, you're actually creating more surface tension of the water. You're not allowing the product to combine with the carbon to absorb into that carbon. So you're talking about two different things you're doing. One, you're trying to cool down a room, take the heat out of a room by using Class A foam with bubbles because you're creating more surface tension. Every bubble creates bigger surface tension. That heat is able to be drawn in and can cool down a room. What we've been talking about so far is specifically allowing that chemical reaction to adhere to the carbon and to penetrate. And I think that is the very last portion of this. Give me just one quick second. Nozzle usage is important because as a lineman on the end of the hose, you're going to have to know what you're capable of doing. And your captain needs to know what you're capable of doing as well. And if he doesn't know, you need to pass it along, or if he knows, you need to be able to make the adjustment. I think in here, that's a fog, That's CAFS. I think it's right here. No. Nope. I was gonna show you the different types of products. Let me show that to you real quick through a different search. All right. These are just two right here. It's looking for foam, different foam. But you got chemical guard and you got phospho check. Same amount of gallons, just look at the price. Two different prices, right? Why? What happens when you go to Dollar Tree and buy a gallon of cleaning product and then you go to Walmart and you buy the same thing and one's $1.60 or $1.25 and the other one's $4. What's that usually telling you? Usually one's better than the other one, or the size is different. So you kind of see there's different chemicals, there's different companies that make different chemicals. They make them a little different. And that's basically all I wanted to show you. Here's another one, another company that makes foam. So you really have to know what you have available, what you're using. So how many of you guys have actually played with the Class A, Class B foam? I mean, the Class A, Class B foam as opposed to Class A and Class C. Have you played around with all three of them? Yeah, just the one solution. So has anybody heard about anybody else playing around? So from what I've heard, I'm not personally, we've only had it for, I think, just about a year. And we didn't have any training sessions with it. Yeah, I didn't know. You're supposed to use the Class A, Class B only on Class Bs and vehicle fires. So it's basically, we're treating it as Class B because it is more expensive than just the Class A. So you have to know that too. What's going to cost more? The Class A, Class B, or just Class A? Well, the Class A, Class B is going to be more expensive, but there's a right time to use it on vehicle fires, tractor trailer fires, things of that nature. Now, I have heard when talking to those that had already used it, that it is less effective than just Class A on actual burning Class A materials, not Class B materials. So you're getting the effects of Class A, but you're not getting it as good as straight up Class A. So that's something to be aware of too. All right, let's go ahead and take a break. And I appreciate everything, paying attention. All right, so as we were just talking about a little bit during our break, it was a good conversation, so I'll include this. Is things you can do to mitigate the destruction of water. If you get a true solid basement, as I was telling you just a few minutes ago, we got to remove that water still, because if that basement's finished, it's carpeted, all that stuff's got to come out eventually. So sometimes that's going to take days. And I'm probably being very honest here, it could take a week. Depending on
to get the water out of there.
Yeah, and to dry out. That's not alone just cleaning it out too. Now, we can save the process quite a bit if we can start draining that water out of that basement right away. One of those is we want to find the main drain in the basement, unplug it. A lot of times it's usually near what? Main drain in the basement.
Where?
Furnace, but something.
Or
What type of machines down there? Laundry.
Oh.
So what do you think is going to clog up that drain probably most of the time? Towels, clothes. And if you've ever had to move a basket full of wet clothes, it's pretty freaking heavy, right? So you want to try to find where that main drain is. Clear it out, and if you can, try to find a smaller laundry basket, one of those half-size ones, this tall. Turn that sucker upside down, stick it over it, so any debris or wood, insulation, other clothes, it might clog to that, but it still should be drained. And then you just might have to throw those towels and that clothes and debris off to the side. So if you're able to do that, or somehow divert the water that's still draining down from the first floor, or the floor above, and get it away from the house, you're gonna save so much time in restoration and money. And that might not seem like a whole lot to you now, but think about the amount of customer service that is. Now, that's kind of, a technical term, but just think about being a good person. If we can get these people back into their house 2 weeks earlier, do you think that's gonna be a big deal for them? Yeah. So we go in there, we tear up this house, all this water damage is in the basement. How long do you think it is before the first contractor gets there to reconstruct the house or remodel the house?
Nowadays, it might take a minute.
Okay, let's say it's middle of summer. Who's getting involved before you can even get into your
Insurance
house?
companies, and then, you're good.
Sketchy people come by the house trying to potentially.
Hey, good. So you got an insurance company, that's gonna be a big delay, because who's gonna pay for it? Are you gonna pay for it out of your pocket? No. You might find a guy that's a construction guy that might start the process before getting paid, but good luck. That is, even if he has the availability and the free time to do it within the next week or two. Then you also have maybe building inspector. Who wants to, is it safe for you to even go in there? Maybe there's too much damage. So that could fall between the fire department, that could fall between your insurance, before you can even start to get somebody in there to take a look at it. So if you're draining that house in the week or two before that guy instruction gets in there, what are you doing? You're helping them out a lot. Now, there's still gonna be horrible problems, there's still gonna be mold, but then you don't have to dry out as much. All they have to do is go in there, poke some holes, let it dry a little bit more. You can save them 2 weeks by just trying to figure out a way to easily get that water out. If not, you're still gonna allow that water's still gonna drain out somehow, either through evaporation or slow leakage through that. But how much more damage is gonna be done by the time it drains out? So kind of think about that. We talked about using the toilet, taking the toilet off, letting that water drain down there. That too, you want to kind of protect with whatever you can. That time you might actually lay some towels around it to create a dam, and the water will just flow over it. Because usually when you're on a second floor or first floor above a basement, it's not going to be feet, it's going to be inches. So it's a slightly different idea. We also talked about, water usage, directing it, planning out. So our techniques on firefighting can really save a lot of time and energy and money to our citizens, which means in the future, when we go for a tax increase, you think they're going to be happy that we saved quite a few more of their possessions, got them back into their house quicker, just moved the process faster. They're going to appreciate it. Anything else on that? So, as you both, you've had some fires before, you're gonna come to realize that there's just certain things you can do to make the situation so much easier. Probably when you start off, you're like, oh, I'll just spray water everywhere. But if it's an abandoned house and it's a dilapidated house, and it's not gonna put you in danger, that might be the option. Because if it's already going down for destruction, or it's abandoned and it's torn up, the value of that house is less. Now, its potential value is still there. But you're not talking about personal possessions. You're not talking about putting people out. You're not talking about you have a family of 4 and they're out of their house for 1 month, that's actually 4 months of loss. Because each person has that month. As opposed to one person that lives in that house, you know, they can go somewhere else easily. But to relocate 4 people, you know, you're not gonna put 4 people on somebody's couch. So that's a huge hardship. Can't move in maybe with your parents if they even live close to you. Maybe that's an option, but still.
That's wasted now, all the clothes, you know, other things you can't replace, so.
So as we get into this next session on Class A here in a few minutes, you're gonna see where this is actually a slightly better option. But it's not always the best option. Sometimes when we actually talking about firefighting, we should be switching between stuff. And then switching back, and then switching depending on the situation. Oop. Has anybody seen where they're at right now on the fire?
Looks like 90 and 20 are returning.
Okay, very good.
Oh,
Okay,
obviously.
So I just started.
They said you need my consent. So. I don't know you, that's my purse. Now it's on them, man. I'm going for the river that's gonna outlast humanity. Okay, there we go. Let's hope it's. Gotta go. Okay. So let's jump through here. Real quick. So we talked about, basically, we're looking at using the right product for the right type of fire. We're now gonna get into CAFS system. What do we know about CAFS?
Compressed air foam system.
Excellent. Not what does that mean though?
It injects foam somewhere along the pump, in the pump.
It has to be air.
Yeah.
Okay, so when we talk about foam, we're typically talking about it can be the product of the solution that you're adding into it, or it can be the product with compressed air in this. In this particular time, we're talking about Class A is the foam, but the product is compressed air, so it's bubbled. What is can you explain a little bit more, or give me your idea of what you think compressed air foam actually does? The product itself.
Makes it more what?
Well, true, but the actual foam or the protein from the Class A is what makes water wetter.
Yeah.
But how does this step up the game just a little bit? If you don't know, that's fine. Okay.
Is it like you can control the amount of air that goes into it?
Yeah.
You can-
As we go through this, we're gonna talk about specifically why this is a technological game changer. But it's not always the best choice. So you mentioned earlier that the foam is being put into the pump at a certain stage. Now, typically for most CAFS systems, it's going to be put in after the pump. And it'll be put into a manifold. And then as it's being put in there, it's going to be injected with air to turbulate that product into an actual like shaving cream type of system. So basically what we want to look at this is how this foam works. It's going to do several things. It's going to allow it to cool, smother, and separate the fuels and the oxygen and the heat source while suppressing it. And that can be done in several ways. It's going to allow it to remove that heat faster. And how can you think of a way why that would be true? Why would just adding air, foam, and water, mixing them together, remove heat faster? What are you doing when you inject air into this solution? What does it look like?
Expand, like, talking about the foam, but
Expands. So if you expand the product, so if you have a gallon of this product and now you expand it with air, you might have several gallons of product. It's still the same weight, the same volume. Well, not really volume, but still the same amount of product. It's just now being injected with air. What's the main scientific or physical characteristic that's different than it just sitting in a bucket with not being aerated?
It's not liquid. I mean, it kind of is. You're increasing the surface area.
You're increasing the surface area of the product. So when you include air into it, you're basically making it bigger, which allows heat to touch the surface area, which allows the product to be absorbed quicker into the liquid. So the more bubbles you produce, the more heat can be pulled out of the environment, sucked into the water to cool it down. You understand how that principle itself could be beneficial? So more surface tension equals more exchange of heat. Now, that doesn't always equate, in a perfect world, 100% right, because you're talking about maybe 10,000 BTUs, 20,000 BTUs or plus of energy. How much can that actual solution produce to pull that out? So you will get a reduction in temperature by increasing the surface tension of the product. Now, how is it going to separate the fuel from oxygen?
basically creates a barrier between.
It creates a barrier. So when we look at Class B foam, we look at, have you ever seen the pictures of like Air Force planes in the hangar jets and they just flood that sucker? What are they trying to do? They're trying to push out all the air so they can lower the temperature and also to lower the amount of oxygen. Now it dilutes the vapor phase concentration of fuel and oxidizing agent below that, which is necessary for combustion. So basically, everything has a flammable range, and if we can reduce that temperature down below that flammable range, then we've basically taken away its ability to self-sustain. And then we're also interrupting or terminating that chemical change in that fire tetrahedron. So here you are, you take a look at this. Basically, these are the set of the ways you're removing the heat, you're pushing away the fuel, or you're stopping the chemical reaction. Are you really eliminating the oxygen? No, not really, because when we put air into the foam, it's actually putting oxygen into the foam too. We're not using nitrogen, we're not using anything else. So we're not really separating oxygen, but we're maybe separating the other elements from oxygen. Any questions on that? Your time, right?
9 minutes.
Okay. So what do we know about Class A foam? It loves carbon, right? Or it loves it a lot better than just water loves carbon. It actually likes to adhere to it. Part of that is the surface tension. You're increasing the surface tension, and it attracts itself to that combustible. And then you're breaking the surface tension of the material and the water to allow a greater concentration or a greater absorption rate. It helps penetrate the burning material to quickly suppress the fire. And basically, what else do we want to do? We want to stop it from rekindling. How many times have you put water on a fire? Come back 10 minutes later and you see a flame coming right out, right? We want to reduce that. So with Class A foam and CAFS, we're allowing it to penetrate in there. Now, the good thing with like Class A CAFS is it's kind of like that shaving cream. It's just going to sit there until it's needed. It might not actually sit there and penetrate deep into the wood, but it's going to sit on top of the hot product. And as the product, let's say we have a pile of ash this big, and you are able to put a nice whipped cream blanket on top of it, of CAFS. Well, as that heats up, it's going to break that down and then allow that water and that to kind of seep in. So you're kind of giving it a time delayed, like a time delayed capsule almost. Typically, you don't want to use dry CAFS on something that's already hot, because what are you missing if you have a really nice thick blanket of dry CAFS? Water. You're missing water. Good. So you're getting the principle of it. So you've seen this. Basically, once again, we're building all these things together. We're actually putting the product, the foam, into here, allowing the water also to concentrate back into here. So the downside of CAFS compared to water or water with foam is what? I'm sorry, what? Okay, what's with water? You got 100% water, right? Okay. With CAFS, you have about 96% water, right? Okay. With CAFS, what are you lacking? Which is water. So in CAFS, you're probably looking at maybe a third or 20% of the water. Or you can make it super wet CAFS, but then what happens is that you don't get that nice foam blanket. So you have to sometimes play around with it to see what you want. That's why we have wet CAFS, medium CAFS, and dry CAFS. So you're losing the cooling agent, but you're creating a different product. Why are you trying to do that? If it's a very super hot heat source, wetter the better. So you might want to switch over to Class A water. Or if you already got enough Class A on the product, just add a little bit more water to it, maybe not use so much, and see how that works. I gave you that illustration about, or that example about how we had this big brush fire. It was like 30 feet by 30 feet, super hot, and they wanted to throw dry CAFS on that sucker, and we sat there for 20 minutes just throwing dry CAFS on there. The particular officer didn't want to pay attention, didn't understand the use of it, and finally he got tired of it and left. We switched over to water because there was already plenty of product of protein, which is the foam. We just threw the water in there, poof, it put that sucker out right away. So you do have less water in CAFS, but you also have less wastage of water too. So you have to understand, you're gonna get less water, but you're not gonna waste it as much. The only time you'll waste it is if it's just so hot that the amount of water that's sitting there is just not enough to put out that fire. So you still need water. So I want you to understand, this is not a don't use water. This is a how best to use water and conserve it. So the economical advantages is it does reduce the amount of water that we use. It reduces the amount of load that's in the house on a roof, the live load, dead load. It also reduces the amount of water damage. It protects unburnt areas. That's where you would want to think about switching over to a dry CAFS. Let's say your house is on fire. You got a house next door, you get radiant heat that's projecting onto that, and you usually tell that's working because the siding is warming, right? So what can you do? Throw a dry CAFS, maybe a medium CAFS, throw a dry CAFS on it, and it creates a barrier. And it protects the next house from burning. Maybe you are going to open up a door that's a fully inflamed room, and you know that fire is going to come out and come over your head a little bit. So you can throw CAFS on the ceiling. What happens when that heat source comes up, starts rolling down the hallway, it's already hitting moisture right away. So it's lowering the temperature. But with that, you want to be careful because you don't want to purposely do that where you're going to put yourself in the flow path of the actual fire. Sometimes you just know that's going to happen. Let me see, going back here, we reduce the amount of water. Now, one of the disadvantages that I will admit to this is the actual product of buying foam. The Class A foam is a little more expensive. And when I say that, it is more expensive because you're making water, which is relatively cheap and free. You're actually putting several $100s into it. But if you save $100,000 out of it, is $1,000 worth of product good? Typically, you won't probably spend $1,000 worth of Class A foam putting out a fire. You might use probably a couple $100s of that product. But for a couple $100, saving $100,000, it's a good trade. Now, if you have a superheated room, is CAFS your best type of product to use? This is tying everything in together, so don't just take this about CAFS. We went through CAFS already, kind of hit Class A foam. Class A foam, CAFS have a lot of similarities. But what do we want to do if we have a superheated room?
We want to cool it. You want to bring down the BTUs.
Okay, so
Then CAFS would be effective. Is it you'd want to bring down the initial BTUs and then you could switch over and your CAFS would be effective and more effective.
Okay, very good. So let me ask you a question. You have a superheated room. Let's say, let's do a scenario. It's a bedroom, superheated bedroom, and you're hitting it from outside.
Like through a window?
Through a window. Okay. What would you use? Water. Straight water? Okay. Any other ideas?
You can use two lines, just have one that has caps and one that doesn't.
That's true. You could do that. What else?
Just kind of alternate.
We're brainstorming here.
There's a room on the second floor.
Mm-hmm.
There's a room on the second floor.
It could be.
So if you're using straight water, you're gonna allow weight to the house if we have to go in and do a search. So we need to be aware.
Okay, but we still have to not keep it from burning and spreading.
Right.
So water's definitely the primary answer. What else could we use besides just water? Okay, now let's go back a step before we talked about CAFS.
We just use regular foam.
Okay, so how much water are we having using it by interjecting Class A foam, or Class A foam into it, or Class A product into it?
3%,
3%. So how much water are you still dumping in there?
97.
Yeah, 97%. So you're not 100% right, but you're pretty close to it.
Right.
So so you're kind of getting a little bit of the benefit of getting that Class A foam in there to keep whatever you knock down wet, right? Now let's talk about like a church fire. It's the main auditorium of the church or a gymnasium, something that's really burning, like a warehouse, something like that. Would we want to use CAFS?
Is it still superheated?
Superheated. I mean, the whole area is filled with super hot.
If it's just that big of an area and it's super hot, I just use water probably.
Yeah, that would probably be a very good choice. Don't use the CAFS or the Class A foam, just use water. Because until we release that heat, it's either vented out or we cool it down, you're kind of just wasting the product.
So it's just gonna burn off so quick.
It's gonna burn off real quick. So a rather large area that's super heated, Class A foam is probably not your first initial choice. You want to use water, and then as you're hitting hot spots, switch over where you still need to penetrate, you still need to hit, you have to reach, start throwing some Class A foam into it. Just to get that in there. I'm not talking about CAFS yet. So you get that knocked down, you get in there, and all of a sudden you're now just hitting tiny little hot spots. What could you do then?
Then you could use caps.
Then you could use CAFS, okay? And let's go back and we'll reset this a little bit. Let's talk about a room and contents fire. Bed's on fire. It's hot, but it's not necessarily super heated. Could you use CAFS?
You could.
Yeah, you could. You could probably use CAFS right away. Because what are you gonna do before you make entry into that room? If your officer's on his game and
We're doing
can
a
hit
360.
doing a 360, and what is he going to do? Is it doing the 360?
Gonna give an update to dispatch.
Okay, now let's think about it. Let's put together what we know what the officer's going to do and what the firefighter's gonna do. What are the firefighter engineer going to be doing as the officer's walking around?
Pulling hose.
Pulling hose, what else? Tools, what else?
Forcing the door.
Breaking the door, yeah.
Okay, what else? One of our primary things we always need to set up,
Ventilation.
which is fan. Why do we have to set up the fan?
They'll get smoke and heat out of
Okay,
it.
and how is it going to leave?
That depends on where we need to have it lead, so we could ventilate a window.
Okay, so who's gonna ventilate the window?
You could, I guess.
The officer
If you're
would.
circling around, yeah.
So as you are going in, what does the officer have in his hand? He has a long pike pole, he has a long New York hook, he's got his tick. You sit up, you got your fan going, it's running, right? I'm walking around back, I'm like, okay, this is 2433, I have a two-story house. Fire's located in the Charlie Delta quadrant. There's windows in the back. Is that fan set up, ready to go? Yeah, we're setting it up right now. All right, I'm going ahead and go ahead and ventilate this back window. And you guys get ready to start that fan up. You sit there, I bust that window, you put the fan in the door, it starts rolling. It's gonna be this humongous tornado fire coming out that window. It's gonna look huge, it's gonna look awesome. It might be 30 feet. But what are we doing? We're feeding a lot of oxygen into a superheated room and we're blowing it out. Now that may or may not happen because what if the door's shut? Then we have to actually make entry, open that door. But we've also protected ourselves because all that heat is going to stay on the other side of the door, because as soon as we open that door, we're giving it already an exit, that fire to exit, and it's not gonna come back on us.
We also have to make sure where the fire is, like, we can't just be busting windows down.
That's true. That's why the officer has to have his tick.
Right.
He's gotta check the basement, he's gotta check that, he's gotta check the ceiling. So if we go in, we open that door and that window's open, we've already given an exhaust and it's not gonna come back. So it's protection. So it is proven that within 60 seconds of proper ventilation, that room can drop from 2,000 degrees down to about 100 degrees in 60 seconds. We can remove that amount of heat. We can open that door without ventilation and barely crawl in there. To open that door, it's ventilated, that fan's going, and we can walk in there. And we can walk right up to it and go. Now, you'll still feel some heat, some radiation heat, but you're not going to be in the high BTUs, high pressure, the high amount of energy in that room because it has all escaped. Does that make sense? So in that case, using CAFS could work. Me personally, I would probably still just use water in Class A, hit that, and then be like, okay, 2433, let's switch over to CAFS. Bam, done. Does that make sense? Logical? See any danger in it? The only danger is if you don't do it right. If you don't do the principles right. So if you vent a room with a lower temperature and less BTUs, it just makes it easier. We go from crawling to walking. And then we can use CAFS for overhaul. Well, let's say we're doing overhaul and let's see, you get to where a couch used to be, or a bunch of covers, a bunch of clothes, a closet. And it's mounted up this high.
Yeah.
Would you want to use CAFS on that?
You
It's mounted up this high.
want to tear it apart first.
You want to tear it apart. So two ways you can do it. and use New York hooks, pike bowls,
Or just hit it with water.
hit it with water with CAFS, or with Class A foam. Blow that shit, separate it, tear it apart a little bit. You're allowing the product to get in there and the water to stay in there, and then switch over. If you're talking about that thing on fire and there's no real density to it, CAFS is probably a good choice. All right, well, that is it. How much time we got there? 25 minutes. Okay, do we have any questions in general on this? Any ways that we could see that we could practically use this, or questions on how we would implement this according to our SRGs and policies?
What is the difference between Class A foam and just like a wet calf system?
A wet calf system has Class A in it. So, like 2420 doesn't have CAFS. It has Class A foam that's mixed into the pump or just after the pump. And it comes out, and if you have a fog nozzle, you're creating a foam. It's not really CAFS, but it is a kind of a foam, concentrated, aerated.
It's like a soapy water kind of.
Soapy water. A CAF system is the exact same thing, but the computer is proportioning the amount of air and CAFs and water all at the same time. The computer is sitting there going, all right, we're putting in 3% of foam. We are putting in, I don't know, somewhere between 30–40% of air, and we're putting in 60% of water. There's a computer that's actually sitting there making sure that those proportions are as best as they can. The other way is that you're just throwing in the product somewhere in the line from the pump to the end of the discharge, because you can even put an inductor. You can have a 50 feet come off your pump, have a bucket of Class A foam, put an inductor in there. You know what an inductor is? It's like a Venturi pipe that goes right into the bucket.
You probably have one of those in the academy.
Yeah, we don't really carry those anymore, but you might see them exist somewhere. And then you have another 150 feet of 1 3/4 inch, and it's being dumped through. The point is it's coming somewhere through the pump. It's getting aerated either in the pump or it's getting aerated by a fog nozzle as it's coming out. But CAFS is actually computer generating both of them. Now, if you're using Class A foam and water, I'm not necessarily saying you have to use a fog nozzle. You can still use a solid bore nozzle because you're going to penetrate and push. You're just not going to create enough bubbles to kind of have that same effect as CAFS. But you are going to allow that protein, which is the Class A foam, to stay in the burnt area. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so when you say, I'm gonna use Class A foam here and then switch over to CAFS, you're just taking out the compressed air portion. So it's just gonna be less
Vice versa.
aerated.
You're adding to compressed air.
You're adding the compressed air.
Okay, yeah, so it's just gonna be less aerated if it's just Class A as opposed to CAFS system.
Yes.
Okay, so it's just soapy water if it's Class A.
Yeah.
Just Class A, okay. All right.
And it's like
Makes
shaving
sense.
cream if it's caps.
So with the CAFS, you're controlling the finished product to use it the best way you want to use it. Now, if you're doing just Class A 2420, could you sit there and spray the house next to it with Class A foam and get some product on it? Yes.
Kick up the percent maybe a little bit.
You might be able to kick up the percent a little bit, and it might work, but actually having a CAF system there, sitting there going,
It's not gonna make a blanket.
way more effective.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
It does, yeah.
Because if you think about it, if 20 sits there with 3% Class A foam and 97% water, how much of that is going to drip off the wall?
A lot.
And how much surface tension is going to be there compared to a very dry CAFS that's sitting up there? You're talking about a lot.
It's gonna evaporate quick.
It's going to evaporate quick depending on that. So that's why you would either recoat it or do a medium scab. So we're just talking about trying to use the science of these things to figure out what's best to mitigate that situation. Because if you can save $100,000 or $50,000, or you just save somebody's cat, or you save somebody's pictures, a few $100s of product is well worth it. Anything else? Okay, let me just double check that this went through. All right, so I'll go over what's gonna happen next. This is the end of the classroom portion. Coming up next, Treehouse will probably go up to the training center. We're gonna build 4 props. They're gonna be made out of pallets, straw. Hopefully I can get some nice heavy timber. And basically I'm gonna build a cube. And it's gonna be slotted. And then I'm gonna fill the center of it like a box, fill it with hay and some heavy timber. And then I'm gonna set the first one on fire. And I'm gonna set the first one on fire so I can determine at what point is it gonna get to the hottest, to the growth stage, not to the climax, but still getting right there. Because what happens after you hit the climax, there's that decline, right? So that's what the first prop is I'm just gonna burn it. We might put it out, but after I've determined how long it takes roughly to hit that climax or that rapid growth where it's the hottest. And then what we're gonna do is I'm gonna have 3 identical next to it. We're gonna set it off. We're gonna hit the first one with water. We're gonna time and see how long it takes, but we're gonna hit it at the same point every time. So in that super growth stage, we're gonna hit it with water and see how long it takes to cool that sucker down. We'll take the tick, go up there, okay, it's still pretty hot, or we completely finish it up. I'm gonna have another one, it's gonna be Class A foam. We're gonna hit it and see what happens, exact same on all 3, and then we're gonna hit CAFS. Now, I'll tell you what I think's going to happen. Now, I'm putting vents like just a normal pallet. You know, it's not a solid wall, it's got spots. So I don't want you to be able to exactly sit there and push the fire off the pallet, but I do want you to have a kind of direct, semi-indirect way of hitting that fire, getting to the seat of it. And we'll see which one goes quickest. And it's gonna be the same way. I think what you're gonna see is water with Class A foam, you'll probably see the fastest. I think you'll probably see the water be just as effective, but not put it out as quick. But I think you'll see CAFS take longer to put it out, but it'll completely stop smoldering faster. That's what I suspect. Any other questions on that? All right, I do appreciate all your time and I thank you very much. And that's all I have for today. Prep on this. All right, you ready? Okay, so we're going to be comparing the difference of extinguishment between water, between Class A foam and water, and with CAFS. Class A foam water is about what ratio? How much water, how much? Huh? 3%. 3%. So very good. So we're just wetting the water. So we're learning off of what the class that we went through already is teaching us. And we're going to time how this is. The props are kind of made so you can't exactly penetrate through it, but you will get some penetration through it, okay? So please don't go past this black line. We want to see how the extinguishing agent works from a relative constant variables, which would be the distance. Chief Dempsey is going to be our safety officer. I'm going to be the lead instructor. He'll be assisting me. Chief Barthmus is going to be our igniter. Brad Trower is going to be the officer in charge of the hose line. You two are on safety, correct? And you two are on the attack line. There shouldn't be very much need for the safety line, but that's just in case things just go bad. Let's go through how this ignition is going to go. Chief Barthmus is going to come around. He's going to ignite from behind. If you want to show that, Chief, real quick. You can just go behind and act like you're lighting it from the bottom so he can get on video.
All right. He's not in a hurry.
Very good. So he's going to ignite that. We're going to set a timer, and when that thing is fully involved and maybe even starting to have some structural integrity issues where it might want to fall inside. I don't know exactly how that's going to go, but these pallets are pretty dry, so I think they're going to go pretty quick. Then we're going to hit them because we want a really super hot fire, and we want to see how those different agents work. Anybody have any questions? Okay, everybody has the right to stop the scenario at any time. Safety is always first. Trower is going to be in charge of making sure you guys are operating safety. Most of these positions, there's not going to be much of a chance of injury or anything like that, but this is all precaution, okay? All right, you can go ahead and cut it from right there.
Let's go.
All right, we went through our go-go's, we're to go. Burn, go ahead and start the burn.
So we're going to be 1747 on scene status. We're good. Secure 1435. 3527 and 3524. Seizure. 602, Highview Circle Drive. Cross street is Ridgeview Circle Drive. Step off.
Going to extinguish in about 30 seconds. How hot are we? Degrees. Go ahead and extinguish. Kill it. Let's get a temperature of it now, Brian. Okay, get on it and put the rest of it out. If you get from the back, there's still a lot in the back. Now what we'll do is we'll just see.
You don't want it drenched, do you?
We want it out.
Well, are we gonna burn it at the end?
Yeah, we can tear it apart. I was waiting for most of the hay to burn off.
That's what I say, you don't want to drench it. You know?
Well, this is also partly on rekindle too.
What, you can't have a rekindle?
No. So the CAFS and the Class A will keep it from rekindling as much. All right, that's good. All right, reset. Good? Yep, reset. 130. All right, get on it and see. 130. 130? So all the hay's been pretty much burnt off. Still 130?
120 is my hottest right
Okay, that's good enough. All right, now we need to rebuild the next one. So,
You want that pulled open?
no, just let it be for now. We're gonna see if it rekindles. Oh, hey, Brad. That one there. Yeah, just bring a whole pallet or a whole bundle. So the camera flipped over, but we just reset for the next burn. All right, you guys want to switch?
Giggity. Yeah. Trade partner.
Attack line, go ahead and open up to make sure that you have product coming out.
Attack the engineer. We have no pressure, no water.
Attack line good?
Attack has a wet foam product.
Very good. All right, safety line, are you go or no go?
Safety line to go.
Attack line, go or no go?
Attack line to go.
Engineer, go.
Engineers go.
Igniter, go or no go?
Go.
Safety, go or go?
Safety to go.
All right, go ahead and ignite. Just hold the camera on that, and then as they attack the fire, just show them hitting it. Okay. That first burn took about 4.5 minutes to get to the right temperature. That's what we're going for. We're just at minute 1. put out whatever you can. Where are we at, Jeff? The hottest I got. 117? Okay.
There was a attack.
You went to overhaul it?
The first one he shot over for about 20 seconds.
Well, we can burn the last one that way too. We can redo it. Okay. Go ahead, check for any hot spots. We're doing this for David tonight. Once you get on it, we're smoking and hit it real quick. You can reset safety.
All right, we can reset. Oh, good. Nozzle in.
Yep. You can reset. If it rekindles, it rekindles. Because that's what I did with the other one. As long as there's no active flame and it's about 100, 120. Hit it in here. What's the temperature? 175. Okay, yeah, hit it until it gets down to about 120. It's because this big flat piece of wood is on top of the straw. Oh, okay.
All right, well, just power down. Our engineer's fucking up here.
That's fine, reset. That did it. Just got a little bit, did it?
You want this off?
No, just stand over there and just kind of take it.
I thought we were going over there, but whatever. We should put bales on either side of that.
So we have to burn a lot of this crap. Fielder, get another flare? Yeah, they're right on the other side of the cone, inside the truck. Absolutely.
Don't use it all, Brandon. We're going to still one more show. So we have more rails to throw. No, hold. You want to keep on going?
How much wood is in there?
A lot. We can throw some of that black wood in there.
That's all wood.
There's not firewood.
You got enough wood in there?
Wood doesn't burn the gas around the wood. How it's a half.
This one's built more stable than the last one. No, when you're putting out a fire by salt wood, if it collapses, you can't control all the time. I think it's true. I know I'm just a little captain in your Italian private. Italian private. Okay, let's go ahead and reset. Alright, let's go ahead and reset. Reset!
Are we on the attack line this time?
Yeah, sure.
Start with the goose
Hear that? Hear that, Taylor? He said he don't care. You guys can switch however you want. We got a back to safety light on it. Where's how much?
1737, Medical Facility EMS call. Mercy County Wandsworth Children's Center. 12,727, Old Jefferson Road. Cross Street is South Road. 1737, response on South Main.
You know what the odds are that the guy that's actually going to watch this is going to watch this all the way through?
So at this time, as we're filming, I hope this doesn't mess up your scientific purposes, but we're going to thrust our hips as we're flowing. See if that helps with keeping the nozzle focused on the target.
Do what you got to do. Hey, good shooting back there, by the way. We didn't go over it one time. Yeah. You shoot it in the face. It's like a one spot on fire. All right, Brian. That is crazy.
First calf here. Calf. Not calf. Wet calf. Oh, that was wet calf. No, that was just a bad day.
At 1707, also respond. Difficulty breathing. Patient not alert. Mercy County Wandsworth Children's Center.
Okay, attack line, go ahead and bleed out until we get calf.
Safety line, there we go.
Engineer, go, no go.
Engineers, go.
Ignition, go, no go.
Ignitions, go.
Safety, go, no go.
Safety to go.
All right, go ahead and ignite.
top of the rails real quick. Let's reset. Let's reset on that CAFS is going in and out. And we weren't in real CAFS until we got up over here. That's what I'm saying, though. I think it's going in and out. All right, you ready? All right, let's do a real quick hot wash of this.
hopefully you guys, as you went through it, you at least learned something. I really wasn't out to prove one thing was better. I just wanted to let you kind of see what they each kind of do. I was a little disappointed that I think some of them were pretty close to each other. I was expecting a bigger change, especially with the CAFS system. I didn't think that would put it out quick enough. Could have been probably because it just wasn't a hot enough and contained environment. So, safety, have anything?
I don't have anything, no.
Okay.
Everybody did good.
I'll speak for the ignition officer. I think everything went fine for him. Everything burned. We burned for about 4 minutes and 30 seconds. Each burn, and it was pretty consistent. Engineer? Okay. Stack line?
Nope, everything great.
Okay, what do you guys think? Did you get anything out of it?
I did. Learn how to back up the nozzle in.
Good.
I think the engineer pumped it too hard.
What about you guys?
That preset really gets it.
Felt like they all went out pretty much the same quick.
Yeah,
There wasn't much of a difference.
Yeah, I don't feel like I saw any difference.
I didn't see a huge difference in between each and every one of them. I'll get you the times on each and every one of them. There's a little confusion, like when you first started, you were shooting over it. Sal just ducked that time, and we'll see when you actually hit the fire. So it goes out. I don't know if it was more than 5-10 seconds. I'm seriously, I don't know. I'm not trying to make fun of you. To me, it just looked like the water with the 3% solution in it. Maybe you've gotten it a little bit better, which is kind of what I was expecting. But if so, we're talking about maybe 20 seconds different, maybe. I don't really know. So, anybody have any questions or anything like that?
It might be interesting on those videos just to see after the fire's out how much or how long you sprayed to, get it completely out, or and see if that made a difference with the foam. And because I've always thought that the foam cools it quicker, but I
Or
don't know.
how the temperature, how quick the temperature went down
Yeah.
instead of how quick the fire was out, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That'd probably be a better comparison, yeah.
Anybody else have anything? No? Well, thanks for cleaning up. I appreciate your help. I really do. And we're done.
This could have been a Skype class.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, you ready? All right, let's do a real quick hot wash of this. Hopefully you guys, as you went through it, you at least learned something. I really wasn't out to prove one thing was better. I just wanted to let you kind of see what they each kind of do. I was a little disappointed that I think some of them were pretty close to each other. I was expecting a bigger change, especially with the CAFS system. I didn't think that would put it out quick enough. Could have been probably because it just wasn't a hot enough and contained environment. So, safety, have anything?
I don't have anything, no.
Okay.
Everybody did good.
I'll speak for the ignition officer. I think everything went fine for him. Everything burned. We burned for about 4 minutes and 30 seconds. Each burn, and it was pretty consistent. Engineer? Okay. Stack line?
Nope, everything great.
Okay, what do you guys think? Did you get anything out of it?
I did. Learn how to back up the nozzle in.
Good.
I think the engineer pumped it too hard.
What about you
That
guys?
preset really gets it.
Felt like they all went out pretty much the same quick.
Yeah.
There wasn't much of a difference.
Yeah, I don't feel like I saw any difference.
I didn't see a huge difference in between each and every one of them. I'll get you the times on each and every one of them. There's a little confusion, like when you first started, you were shooting over it. Sal just ducked that time, and we'll see when you actually hit the fire. So it goes out. I don't know if it was more than 5-10 seconds. I'm seriously, I don't know. I'm not trying to make fun of you. To me, it just looked like the water with the 3% solution in it. Maybe you've gotten it a little bit better, which is kind of what I was expecting. But if so, we're talking about maybe 20 seconds different, maybe. I don't really know. So, anybody have any questions or anything like that?
It might be interesting on those videos just to see after the fire's out how much or how long you sprayed to, get it completely out, or and see if that made a difference with the foam. And because I've always thought that the foam cools it quicker, but I
Or
don't know.
how the temperature, how quick the temperature went down
Yeah,
instead of how quick the fire went out, you know what I mean?
yeah.
That'd probably be a better, yeah, comparison, yeah.
Anybody else have anything? No? Well, thanks for cleaning up. I appreciate your help. I really do. And we're done.